Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas. As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.
Good afternoon, cool Papa J. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Ivan and AAA. Good to see you guys. Just get stuff loaded into Jumbotron. Let me get some people invited here. Get hands in here. And see if we can get rolling. Good afternoon, Hans. You got a mic headed your way? Here we go. How's Hans today? If you're talking, Hans, I'm not hearing anything.
Hello?
There you are.
Okay, great stuff. No, so yesterday I discovered that my very first book, which was written by Louis L'Amour, I couldn't find it in my new sophisticated system where I ordered all my books in different categories alphabetically. Couldn't find my book, my very first book that was gifted to me by my nephew for Christmas. I couldn't, so it, I maybe it's gone anyway. But I did discover the original English title, so I'm going. If I can't find it, I'm going to buy it again because it's yeah, very sentimental. The book's title was I did have it here, but sorry, no. Anyway, good news. I at least now know what the original title was. I'm going to buy it again. So yes, that was I think the major point of the day.
Kind of sad you couldn't find the original one you had, but at least you got the title, so now you know what to look for. Good afternoon, Biospirit. How are you, brother?
Hi, I just walked in the door and I'm putting stuff away. I just wanted to mention to Hans that Louis L'Amour was one of my dad's favorite books. He loved to read those books, and so when I heard you mention it the other day, it brought a smile to my face. He had lots and lots of them.
Well, as I said, that was definitely one of my top three in my younger days when I used to read a lot of books. So I can totally appreciate that. Let me get the intro out of the way here. Welcome to the Thursday edition of the Shade Tree, White Wellbeing, and WG Space. We hold this space every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We are a no white guilt community that meets to practice the concepts of lexicon developed by Jason Kuna, Mr. No White Guilt himself. You can find him here on X as at No White Guilt NWG, on YouTube and elsewhere as simply No White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. We discuss a wide variety of topics of interest to white people everywhere and look for ways often to supply solutions. Apply solutions. Good Lord. I'm the Tree Godfather, your host, and my co-host today is the statuesque Mr. Hans. We run pretty casual here, but I ask that you raise your hand if you'd like to jump in. Please don't talk over others. Otherwise, I just call on speakers in turn for their thoughts. If you would like to hop into the conversation, just request a mic and we'll try to get you set up if X cooperates. We only ask that you comport yourself as much as possible to the Go Free lexicon and dialectic, and please act like a proper lady or gentleman of the West, whichever applies to you. And yes, it is only a 50-50 choice. We don't offer all the other ones here in the Shade Tree. Let's go. Well, continuing on with our usual tradition, as we welcome Jerome and Nameless. Well, we'll go with Mr. Biospirit, who has his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, before I forget about it, I just noticed that Jerome V is here, and I would like to ask Jerome, could you give me a follow, please, so I can send you a DM? Thank you.
Jerome, if you caught that, throw Biospirit a thumbs up. Dyer Mike is also here. And with that, so keeping with that theme, as I had stated yesterday, first let me point out we are also on the web, and Biospirit, you got your thumbs up. We are also on YouTube and Twitch streaming this. But our Westman of the day, second to the right in the Jumbotron, or first to the right. As usual, my shitty anti-white Wikipedia link, sorry for that. But it's Mr. Robert Ludlum, another one of my favorite authors in my younger days. Read many of his books. Most of you would be at least a little familiar with some of his work, as the Jason Bourne series. He was the creator of that. And it's interesting, I was talking to somebody earlier today. We were talking about books, and I asked her if she'd ever heard of him. She hadn't heard of him, but she'd heard of Jason Bourne. I said, well, this is the guy that created it. Anyhow, Robert Ludlum was born in born in May of 1927, and he lived until March of 2001. Was an American author of 27 thriller novels, best known as the creator of Jason Bourne, spy extraordinaire from the original Bourne trilogy series, which I have read. The number of copies of his books in print is estimated between 3 and 500 million. They have been published in 33 languages and printed in 40 countries. He also published books under pseudonyms, Jonathan Ryder and Michael Shepard. That is something I actually did not know until reading this wiki entry. He was born in New York City, the son of Margaret Wadsworth and George Hartford Ludlum. He was educated at the Rectory School, then Cheshire Academy, and Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut, where he earned a BA in drama in 1951. Prior to becoming an author, he had been a U.S. Marine, a theatrical actor, and a producer. In the 1950s, he produced shows at the Grant Lee Theater in Fort Lee, New Jersey. From 1960 to 1970, he managed and produced shows at the Playhouse on the Mall at Bergen Mall in Paramus, New Jersey. His theatrical experience may have contributed to his understanding of the energy, escapism, and action that the public wanted in a novel. He once remarked, I equate suspense and good theater in a very similar way. I think it's all suspense and what happens next. From that point of view, yes, I guess I am theatrical. Many of his novels have been made into films and miniseries, including The Osterman Weekend, The Holcroft Covenant, The Apocalypse Watch, The Bourne Identity, The Bourne Supremacy, and The Bourne Ultimatum, and several others. And of course, this goes on to give a little bit more of his bibliography and stuff, but as usual, we're not going to read the entire entry. But Mr. Ludlum, as I said, in my middle age, was definitely one of my favorite authors. I've read so many of his books, and they were all quite an escape from reality. Very, very amazing author. You would read his books, and you would be there in the moment when it was happening. The entire world could fall around you. Your roof could get blown off in a tornado, but you'd be in his book, and you would be there somewhere else and not even notice it. And that is really the kind of writer with that kind of power that really attracted me. Mr. Hans, over to you for your thoughts.
I'm going to put you on the spot now because you said that you read the books. Because I love these movies, but after I got this new lens, I re-evaluated my, and it's still very, very well-made movies, and I still enjoy them. I mean, the one that I probably would say is my favorite is the Bourne Legacy, which isn't even Matt Damon who plays in it. But from the very first movie, So I'm now talking about the difference between Ludlam's original story character and what Hollywood made of it. Because in the very first movie, the 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 character has this conflict where he has to assassinate this black character who has supposedly done bad things, but the movie doesn't dwell on that. So he becomes a sympathetic character because of his children, and then basically Jason Bourne plays the villain in the anti-white narrative, who has, um, let's say, he has a crisis of conscience, and then he decides to go against his Western um, um, superiors and not follow through on his orders. And this is where the whole thing starts to unravel. And then as the series progresses, this strong female character emerges that's going to save everything. So there's definitely anti-white narrative elements in this series. And I was just wondering, compared to the original, is it different, or is the original basically the same story?
Well, you are indeed putting me on the spot because I have not watched the films, so I couldn't really tell you what's in the movies. Um, Actually, I did read the books, though, and I don't recall offhand really much anti-whiteism in the books themselves, because of course, in the books, if I remember, all the characters were white anyway. So that's the best answer I can give you, Mr. Bio Spirit of the West, or which Hans did you have further?
Well, that sort of confirms it for me, because in order for the anti-white narrative to play, there has to be multiple races. Because if everyone is white, then there's nothing that tells the white boy who's evil and who's good. So this tells me that they did put that black character there so that you can see the contrast between the bad white guy who's the murderer, the assassin, and the father of the two little boys, black boys, who is the sympathetic character. So definitely, yes, Hollywood did go and modify the characters, the casting of the characters, just to serve the anti-white narrative.
Well, that's not the first time that's happened either. If you read the original book that Terminator series was written on, you may remember in Terminator 2, where they made Miles Dyson black. And of course, Sarah Connor has to choose whether or not to shoot this black father with the little boy playing with the toy running around. But that wasn't in the books. In the original manuscript in the book that was all based on. So that of course is no surprise at all. Yeah, go ahead, Hans.
And not to mention that, of course, the super genius computer guy is going to be black. And this is the message to every young white man in every Hollywood movie. He's never the doctor, he's never the engineer, never the computer genius. He's either the villain, or he's goofy, he's uncivilized, he's less manly, less everything. So absolutely, that's disgustingly anti-white.
Oh, of course. Mr. Biospirit of the West.
Well, I don't remember any of the details of either the movie or the books. So, and I've read them and I've watched the movies. I just remember that all the Bourne movies were very high energy and very engaging, and that's all I remember about them. and it doesn't surprise me that the characters would be switched around by Hollywood to be befitting of the anti-white narrative. And given the time period that Ludlum was born into, I would find it highly. I I just I don't see a writer like him writing in the anti-white narrative necessarily or intentionally. So I think Hans is probably spot on with that. And the only other thing is that this was one of my Aunt Charlotte's favorite um, authors. She had lots and lots of his books. And that's about all I have to contribute.
No, fair enough, brother. It's interesting. Another good example of that. I had mentioned I had three favorite authors, one of which has become very, very anti-white, or perhaps always was, and I just didn't notice it. But that, of course, would be Stephen King. And what's interesting, the recent make of The Gunslinger with Idris Elba, I found very insulting because if you've ever read the books that was made on, there was actually several books, I think 7 or 8 in that series, the Dark Tower series. The Gunslinger is very specifically a white man. And we know this because Stephen King writes him in kind of an anti-white fashion because he has an interaction with this other character who is a black woman in a wheelchair. And of course, the dynamics between the two of them makes up a good part of at least 2 or 3 of the books, that whole racial component. So it's very interesting that when they did the movie remake recently, that they cast him as a black man. Very insulting. Mr. Blue Flame, good afternoon. Come on in.
Hey everyone. Yeah, just thinking about the Terminator movies. Some meme pathogens also in there. It's just I think the general scene where you have there's this non-white family, with the non-white computer genius and all that nonsense. Try to imagine also this scene wherein Sarah Connor goes into that house and basically terrorizes the non-white family. Just the general image of that she's all strung out and smoking cigarettes and what have you, like children involved. It's altogether a horrible look, right? Um, that's actually also something that came to my mind in that. And then at the end of that movie, it's again a non-white family who is the helpful one. And in the second Terminator movie, it's like some of the sickest behavior is done by white males. There's quite a lot of it in there, but it was still those times where it was somewhat subtle because then it was also a white man who happens to be in the first movie the hero and all of that. So, they were still they were like already poisoning the well, so to speak, and still had to balance it out with just genuine, I think even curative representations of who we are. Is it like John? I don't remember the name of the character. Yeah, and then maybe to specify in that asylum where then she is put. Again, it's like the white men who don't comprehend her. It's the white men who are torturing her, like that creep that licks her cheek and that sort of disgusting stuff. I suppose the killer robots, what are they always presented as? There's something to be said for that as well, right? Uh, yeah, that's the first. I think also in the first movie, or actually in both movies, when Arnold initially appears, what is the first thing he runs into? Just a bunch of white male degenerates, sort of Antifa creatures. So it's kind of, I mean, yeah, it's still demonizing whites and depicting like the lowest among the low around us, right? And then in the second movie, it's this biker gang who, like, what uh, like within minutes, like it's they're about to fight him, and of course they get all of their butts kicked. Uh, even yeah. It's like plenty to go around really when you really start looking into it. And it's yeah, as far as the more the more the movies go forward, I think the counter of, like, the white man as in his noble state is somewhat vanishing more and more as well. So yeah, with the years it didn't exactly get better in that regard. I guess that's maybe worth bringing up just to toss in there. I'm pretty certain I haven't even found all of it in that sense. Just going off what's on the top of my head.
Well, we can certainly add to that. Why is the Terminator? Why is he covered in the skin of a white man? I mean, he's a cyborg, right? They could have covered him with a black man's skin, an Asian man's skin. They could have covered him with any man's skin. Because when you look in the survivor scenes, it's not exclusively white. So he could have been black. It would have fit in just as well, probably. And it's interesting because, in the first movie, Sarah Connor is this meek, victim-like woman, more of keeping with our Western women who are, deferential to men and properly and all that. And then by the second series, she ends up being this superhero. There's definitely something to be said for that. She becomes very masculinized, very manlike. So you do bring up an interesting point, Mr. Hans.
Yes, of course, the Terminator movie, like you say, the progression of the female character. But I just want to say that that archetype of the white punk gang doesn't actually exist. They just made it up. There is no real life people like that. But of course, because of the setting, they couldn't go with the normal redneck, redneck villains because it wouldn't fit that urban environment. So they just invented a new white villain, the punk, the knife wielding punk rocker criminal. Yes, it was quite interesting, and it is also how I mean all the non-white characters, except for I think there was one of the hospital staff, but I mean the medical orderly that abuses her at the start, a white guy. Yes, so and also you can see how it got worse. It got every movie from Terminator 1, Terminator 2, then 3 took a big jump. so yes, so it is absolutely anti-white narrative, and it's white erasure. But of course, the evil villain stays white. In the first Terminator, the Terminator is the villain. He's white. In the second film, the new model, the liquid metal model, he takes the form of a policeman, a white policeman. But through the film, through the movie, he reverts to the white policeman when there's no need. He could be anyone, but he's always goes back to the white policeman. And then oh, this is the interesting thing. When they moved the villain from the white male to the white female with the female robot, and then the female robot is this all-powerful character. Interesting. There is something that's changing. Is white females are getting more and more the villain role, where previously it was reserved for the white male, but you do see more and more white females get that villain role. But I wanted to remark on Stephen King, because I didn't read much about Stephen King, because I don't know, he just seemed a bit sick in his mind. So, but I did read The Stand, and when I read it, of course, I was not, it was a long time ago, so it was before I before I fully grasped the concepts of Go Free. But I even so, I do remember noticing that he makes a point in that book that the people who have an affinity for this Satan character's evil are the white engineer types. He makes a point in the book to tell the reader that goody two shoes white engineer type, he's actually the one who has an affinity for evil. And I remember that it struck me, even though I had none of the Go Free, or I think I had the Go Free concept, but not consciously. It was sort of in my upbringing.
It's very interesting that I am the white engineer type. Good afternoon, AAA, New Hampshire Patriot, Justin, and Anglo-Saxon NWG. A couple of comments here. Robert writes, hello everyone for White Wellbeing. Cool Papa J comments, I'm sure many people here have watched Dexter. I certainly have. The first non-white killer Dexter went after. Suddenly, he has a conscience and gives the guy a second chance. He lets him go. But basically, every other serial killer is a white Christian pedo. Freaking LOL. Yes, I've noticed. Something else I just was thinking of that I wanted to bring up, in line with what Blue Flame was saying, is if you ever remember the Death Wish movies with Charles Bronson, and most of the attackers that Charles Bronson went after, of course, were white men. And there was the whole movie, was it 3 or 4? I forget which, where he has to deal with this gang that takes over a whole neighborhood. It's, of course, the gang is mostly white, with a few non-whites mixed in because he doesn't want to be too anti-white. But of course, the gang leader's a white guy that he runs into in prison. And I thought that was another good example of the subtle anti-whiteism, because we know that the people that generally take over neighborhoods aren't going to be of that particular flavor. Justin, I have a microphone out to you. Come on in.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the most recent season of Dexter is not any better, and it's much worse. He ends up traveling to New York to be with his son, and his son doesn't really want to have anything to do with him. It's, of course, it's going to be pretty dysfunctional given the setting of the show. But anyway, he and his son have a super dysfunctional relationship. He ends up staying with these Haitian immigrants, and they are like the quintessential family all together, everything put together how it should be. Everyone is happy and, working together in harmony. And oftentimes the patriarch of that Haitian family, he ends up going to him many times for advice on how to interact with his son, going to the Haitian immigrant patriarch to, help him with his problems and assimilating into New York life. And the Haitian patriarch, is like infinitely gracious and infinitely, everything that you would, expect from, what is typically known in white societies. And I was just gonna put that out there.
Oh, wow, that's not surprising, but that is interesting. I had seen that there was a newer series. I haven't actually watched any of it. Odds are I probably won't. Biosphere, have you seen any of it?
No, sorry, I can't contribute. I have this really once I've read a book or seen a movie, it goes right out of my mind. So I don't have really good recall of stuff that movies that I've seen and books that I've read. I enjoy them in the moment, and then my mind just kind of like boom, disposes of it. So I don't have them hanging around in my mind that I can just like pull it up and discuss it. So I'm sorry, this isn't my forte.
No worries. I used to have better recall, but it's not getting any better. New Hampshire Patriot, good afternoon. Come on in.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, my fellow white brethren and sisters. I hope everybody's having a blessed day, and you're showing your white excellence in any way possible, just by being an upstanding, ethical, moral person. As far as the Dexter series is concerned, I've watched every series. I slowly started to see exactly what the previous speaker was talking about. I can't recall his name. How they changed it to where this Nigerian family that supposedly has all these high morals, and they're the quintessential family. And I do remember him asking for advice on how to get with his son and whatever. But let's all realize that this has been happening since the early 90s. I want to say, or maybe even the mid 90s. I started noticing it with my children as they were growing up on the TV shows, how the mom was always the assertive, she was the commander, and the dad was a wuss, and and they were interracial and everything else like that. And the whole family dynamics started to get shredded apart. We all know this stems from when I believe it was the what was that act, when the voter registration act that allowed the feminism role to get in. I'm not anti-feminism. Feminism is not what it is today. Today, it's something totally different. But yeah, we see it every day, not just on TV shows or series, but your commercials. You're not going to have a wholesome, white family together in any show or any commercial. And if you do, they're downplaying, the man or the male in the relationship. And yeah, that's what I got to contribute to that.
Yeah, for sure. I can think back to like Roseanne, Married with Children, very much with women who are somewhat quite alpha. Mr. Hans.
Well, the movie Die Hard opens with John McClane in a scene with his ex-wife, where his ex-wife is the leader. She's the smart one. She's the high earning one. She's the one who makes calm decisions. He's the emotional one. He's the one who can't control his emotions. And he's not the leader. And his big mistake was that he expected her to stay with him, but of course she's the high earning one. Why shouldn't he be the bitch in the relationship and follow her? So that's how Die Hard opens, and Die Hard was absolutely targeted at the young white male, that movie. And if you go through the movie, the anti-white mean pathogen of the competent non-white worker who is lorded over by the incompetent white boss. That's played twice in two mini stories with the FBI agents, where the white FBI agent is a boss who eventually gets them both killed, and the police sergeant and the police chief, where the police chief is the incompetent white boss, and the police sergeant just rolls his eyes at this idiot, and he has to get the coals out of the fire the whole time. And then if you look at John McClane, of course, who's the traitor? The traitor is John McClane's wife's white colleague. And if you look at the way John McClane murders the bad guys, the whiter the guy look, the more brutal he is killed. The more blonde he is, the more he suffers before he dies, and also the more cruel the villain is. And then there's a dilemma in the film that builds, because one of the villains is a black computer genius. And how do you think? Because there's a dilemma now, because they can't have the white character kill a non-white character. So how does the director resolve this dilemma? Well, the good little black limo driver punches him out. So the only the only one who doesn't get killed, the black one, and he's not taken out by a white guy. He's taken out by a black limo driver. Absolutely wall to wall, full spectrum anti-whiteism.
Yeah, good point. Noticing the limo driver. I was just gonna say, doesn't it the black limo driver end up being a hero in the end too, right? And Cool Papa J comments, Justin is right. The newest Dexter is so bad, it's almost comical. It's like every non-white person is a perfect angel, and every white person is either evil or a freaking mess, and it's every single one of them. Sounds like I don't own believe it or not, I actually don't own a television, so I won't be watching any of this crap. Anyway, I'll watch a movie if it's on YouTube for free, but I won't generally watch any of it. Come on in, Justin.
Another aspect of that Dexter show is all of so Dexter ends up becoming a part of this group of serial killers that are meeting up due to this eccentric billionaire being fascinated with him and gathering them together. Every single one of the serial killers within the group are white, and on top of that, there is one in the serial killer group that he's a family man, but he has a secret life of being a serial killer. So it's like saying there's, even if it's it seems like a good white person in like just the public eye, there's probably some kind of secret, sinister part of that white father who seems or looks good. But that's another aspect of the show.
in mind too, if you remember the original series, who's the only person that actually sees him for what he is? That's of course the black officer Dokes, or is it Sergeant? That Dexter ends up killing in the series, of course, is the black sergeant. So very good observation there, Mr. Blue Flame.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what else. Like Dexter or like the third Terminator movie, I've never seen. Die Hard. Yeah, it's Die Hard actually reminds me of like of some Clint Eastwood movie I once saw where he's like playing some kind of criminal, and it's all about some bank robbery with like a bunch of other guys, and or was that was a Dirty Harry? I might be confusing him a bit. Mm. But there is this crazy scene where Clint Eastwood needs to intervene, or his character needs to intervene, and yeah, like some robbery is taking place, and the guy behind the cashier is a non-white, and then the blue-eyed blonde male with a shotgun demands that the non-white opens his mouth so he can put a gun in the mouth of the non-white. It's like, what the hell? Like, completely. It just also goes to show, I guess, like this is the sick stuff that goes on in these anti-whites, their heads, right? Um, and you know that what the only thing that they're doing there, as we know with many anti-whites, they accuse us of what they do themselves. They're expert gaslighters, right? You know that this is the sick shit that they think about doing to us. But then, the ones who have the availability to write a book or to make a movie or what have you, well, yeah, they only have to swap the races, and it only makes them giggle because people people simply absorb, what's at face value. Unfortunately, as we know, especially with entertainment. But they in their accusations, an anti-white always betray what he or she is, has going on within his or her head. That is something that I definitely, well, that's. I think I'm fair. I'm quite on point, or whatever one calls that, in my uh, suspicions, I suppose. Maybe I'm not sure even if that's the best word, because we know how sick anti-whites are. Um, yeah. Now, on the other side of that, yeah, like if you would compare, let's say, in the last, I don't know, the last 50 years or so, if someone could compile a list and or like a team of people would compile two lists, a list that shows entertainment. Let's say we're talking about movies, so let's say a list of movies that have zero mimetic pathogens within them, and then a list, of course, with the ones who does. I think the results might be the results might be very alarming. And I have talked about this with friends of mine, like personal friends. They align with what we're doing here, but they have no interest in an internet presence, and well, they're doing their own thing in many ways. Except like a few of them who they would be open to it if there was something in it for them, like money wise, for example. So I tell them, it's like there are people who have we do have somewhat of an income by making these reaction videos to movies and what have you. But there is no such thing, as far as I'm aware, that calls out anti-whiteism. You would truly have something unique on the market, and yes, anti-whites will lose their shit, but sane people who end up watching this might be very much intrigued. I mean, that's always where my mind goes when it comes to analyzing this stuff, is that there are market holes here, or there's like something truly unique we can bring to an otherwise bloated market, for lack of another term. Yeah, a lot of opportunities. Even if these people only do it to make money, it's like, hey, I'll take it. I'll watch, and I might drop a coin or two, whatever. If they spend if they make a career out of calling anti-whiteism in movies, and people can do it in books or what have you, and out of that, you might have somewhat of a it might be a little bit reactionary initially, where people are simply going to decide, yeah, this is horrible, and we want movies that celebrate who we are, like who we truly are, and condemn this, I mean, maybe even mock the sickness that these anti-whites have in their heads, and have to, like, puke up in every way that they can imagine, or every way that they can take over, infiltrate, whatever one wants to call that, because they're no creators, they're corruptors. Yeah, I mean, that's what's that's kind of what's going on between what's going on with my head right now, just thinking again about calling it out, and it seems like, what can we do with that? There must be something fun, or something interesting, or something profitable to be found in that. Yeah, risky, difficult, I understand that, but I mean, trying it out can never hurt, I would say. Anyways, yeah, I see that Hans wants to say something, so I'll leave it here.
It's interesting because I actually thought doing some movie reviews from like a go free perspective. Of course, the toughest part for that would be for me, I would probably do it on YouTube. But you have to be careful, of course, if you show any clips from the film, because then you run into copyright issues. Go ahead, Hans.
In the Born Legacy movie, that's the one that Matt Damon is not the main protagonist. In that movie, I remember a scene where the CIA character played by Edward Norton, they have to now make a decision that will lead to the death of a lot of their colleagues that are out in the field. And there is this high-ranking intelligence officer, a black man, who doesn't want to do it. He's the moral actor. And then Edward Norton puts pressure on him until he submits. And this goes back to the anti-white narrative, where the anti-white narrative, in the anti-white narrative, non-whites do evil things, but when they do it, it's always because white people are coercing them or forcing them to do it.
Hans, can you grab a few minutes?
Tree Godfather, you broke up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you can just grab this for a few minutes, please.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks. Bye, Spirit.
Yeah, every once in a while I do remember a movie. So I was just thinking about this one. Of course, I don't remember the title, but it was a science fiction movie that was made in the 50s, and it was actually incredibly white positive. And all of the characters were white, and it was about the world was ending, and they were going to send this one starship that they had, or rocket, out into space to save the human race. But they weren't saving the human race; they were saving the white race, and um, it was just amazingly pristine in the way that they wrote it and the way that it was acted. Um, the they drew lots to see who was going to be the passengers, and then because the father was one of the people that they decided had to be um, on the flight because he was so smart and so learned, but then his daughter's beau couldn't go on the flight, and at the last minute he gave up his spot so that the young man could be on the flight and go with his daughter, and just things like that that are very very our biospirit, and it was just, I just remember how pristine that movie was, and you just don't see that anything like that coming out of Hollywood ever. And that's why I found it so remarkable. I saw it during the time period that Mr. V and Patrick were doing a lot of the movie reviews. I think they did at least 100 movie reviews, and we would spend the evening watching a movie, and then we would take apart all of the anti-whiteism in the movie and completely analyze it from beginning to end, which was a really good practice for the honing your skills at Go Free. So just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Yes, I I have no idea what movie you are referring to, but the one old movie that I think is quite clean is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And I think simply because I don't remember any non-white characters in the film, so there's no opportunity to contrast the evil in whites with the goodness in non-whites. But yeah, so if you remember the title, I would very much like to see that movie, because I don't think I have seen it. I do remember one of the movies of Kubrick that's that's getting quite good reviews is that movie, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. And that was one where it was quite interesting, but there were quite a few anti-white narrative elements in that movie. Um, yeah, and the other thing is, many of these movies that are so popular in the right wing, people don't even notice um, the glaringly anti-white elements. There are whole communities in the white sympathetic sphere that today will absolutely defend Die Hard as a masculine pro-white movie, and that movie I mean, it's a good movie, but it is good in a sense of the poison is tasty. Um, and I'm constantly disappointed when I'm recommended movies by people in our sphere and I go and watch it. I mean, one movie that I try to watch, The Red Fern, and I'm sure the movie is clean, but it opens with the narrator telling the background story of one of the main characters in the story is Amerindian, but of course played by a white character. So if they just left out that piece at the start of, oh, this poor oppressed person who people were genocided and enslaved and if they just cut that part out, it would be probably a white positive movie. So it gave me the idea that probably a lot of poisonous movies you can clean up by just removing stuff. Because the feeling that I get is a lot of these movies, they are good stories, and then afterwards they come and edit in the propaganda. And if you just go and clean that up, then you end up with a movie that's quite clean to watch, with little effort. And I wonder, it wouldn't be impossible to do, but like Jason says, if you don't do it correctly, you're going to give your children poison. So I suppose the safest route is just to to avoid exposing your children to these things. Let me just check where we are. But there's another. Tree Godfather, you're back.
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you. Probably worth mentioning. I kind of wish Arden Party was here. Him and I share a mutual love of 1950s sci-fi films, which I absolutely, of course, enjoyed when they were contemporaneous. I'm going back and watching them now, and viewing them from the white positive lens of Go Free. There really aren't too many meme pathogens in any of them. The Day the Earth Stood Still, the original Blob, Journey to the Planet. Films of that genre in that era, they're just very, very different from a lot of things of Hollywood today. I don't know what your repertoire is, if you've seen any of these films, Hans, but that's my recollection anyway. Yeah, go ahead.
So there was a series, Man of Steel. It was this man. He was an astronaut, and the astronauts were all test pilots, and one of the test planes crashed, and then he was disfigured, lost his legs, and they made him a mechanical man. And I digged up this old series, Man of Steel, and I think it was the first. Okay, the first episode is of him rehabilitating, and so on. I think it's either the first or the second. The second episode, he rescues non-white children from from white villains. And this was a very old sci-fi story. I was so disappointed. I thought, well, can't this thing must be clean, but because it's so old. And then I think the first or the second episode, it's this white gang of rednecks, and he rescues this non-white children. Yes, Tree Godfather.
That wouldn't be the one known in the U.S. as the $6 million Man, would it?
Yes, the $1 Million Man. Yes, The number 6 should not be named.
It's the $1 Million Man. Yeah, I remember that series quite well. And then eventually there was the Win too that kind of went along with the series.
Yeah, that one. Because I was very small when, and so it was sort of nostalgia that I wanted to dig up this old stuff. And then I was so disappointed. I didn't remember that. But yes, it's truly the anti-white narrative is like that Hubble deep field experiment where they took the Hubble telescope and they looked in various places in the sky in space, and the farther back in time they look, the more stars they found. So the result of the Hubble deep field experiment is that um, you take the blackest part of space and you zoom in and you just find infinite stars. And this is how the anti-white narrative is. You go back in time and you always find more. You find more, like, you know, not that you'd like to find it, but you just find more the further back in time you look. I mean, I went back, James Bond movies, Sean Connery, and then, yeah, suddenly in a scene and he's making out with a pitch black woman. um, yes, so this stuff goes back a long, long way.
It does, and it's one of the things I mentioned when people who are prone to boomer bashing, they don't often understand that anti-whiteism has been with us for a very long time. It predates even me. I can look at movies in the 1930s and 40s and even 1920s, silent films where you got little peaks here and there of anti-whiteism and even pathogens in them as well. And I'm sure if you go backwards even further into literature from the 1800s, perhaps the 1700s even, surely there's plenty there. We can view the abolitionist movement that started here quite early in the 16 and 1700s even, and a view that they were probably quite anti-white, in fact. So, yeah, anti-whiteism has been with us a very long time. And you could kind of follow that rise over time. Of course, today it's just so blatantly obvious and pervasive, it's almost inescapable to notice. But there again, the more they shovel out there, the more people, the more anti-white up, and as long as it sells, they'll keep selling it. Good afternoon, Rob. To see you. Obvious is here for White Wellbeing is here, and as I had mentioned, I is following on YouTube along with all of others who I can't see, not for. And the good afternoon to you, brother. I'll throw you a microphone. Over to you, Hans.
So that I've talked about this before, but before the Battle of Blood River, of course, anti-whites always pick up the story when white men go on the war path, but they don't wind back the clock to what caused it. And what caused it is always that um, those historical hush crimes, because atrocities committed by non-whites, no one needs to know about those. And white men go on a warpath because they want to teach anti-white monsters the lesson that the blood of white babies come at a cost no one wants to pay. And in the case of the Battle of Blood River, what preceded it, one of the atrocities that preceded it, was Dingaan, the Zulu king. He set a couple of Herculean tasks for the whites to go and do for him before he will allow them to settle in his area without being molested by thieves and murderers. So they do all these tasks, and the last one was to go and recover stolen cattle from Sekonyelo, which is another tribe chief. So they do all the stuff, and there's an English there's a white missionary on site, and this white missionary, he observed how Dingaan prepared to um, murder these white men who came to bring his cattle. He observed that, and he said nothing. He let them be murdered. They were all impaled and displayed. I think it was about 15. Of course, the Zulus, the Dingaan told them they must leave their magical guns outside. And like good, trusting Christians, they did exactly that, and they ended up impaled. But this just goes to show this was 1838. So Antifa was already there in 1838. It's not a new thing.
Good afternoon, Cardi and Nebula. Good to see you as well. Grace is here. Good to see you. Yeah, like again, it's always interesting when, as I said, you hear the boomer bashing and you go back in time, and it's so plainly obvious. Of course, it's easier for us to go and look back now from the Go Free lens than it probably was for many of the people contemporaneously to see all that stuff going on then. So we had a comment from somebody here. It's a new one. Dyer Mike said, interesting topic. Gotta go, but I will be tuning in again. Well, please do, sir. Mr. Biospirit, your thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts. I've been doing stuff for the OT, and I am making some watermelon sorbet, and so my mind has been all over the place. I apologize.
Well, that's all right, because now my mind's going to be on watermelon sorbet. Blue Flame.
That's too funny. When it comes to entertainment in general too, and yeah, just the lying, the deceiving of why do white men wage war? It's it has 9 times out of 10 it has a lot to do with protecting our own, and that that one other time it is some like some psychopath or whatever who somehow gets into power and misleads us. I mean, that is unfortunate, but again, that is an exception among us, and that in other places of the world that is the norm. But yeah, anti-whites will indeed hush that, and any noble cause that our forefathers stood up for is always going to be demonized. I mean, that's to be expected, right? um, but I have to say is that I'd really like for well, those who have those who want to do it, those who have a talent for it, those who really want to make something um, out of yeah, I suppose just create to create entertainment of our own. That is definitely something that should the opportunity come up, or should I be able to create the opportunity? That is definitely something I want to jump on, and I am actually making my preparations for that. Now, again, it's always a massive if in this society, the way how it goes. Um, and I will only some of the works that I've shared. I've shared a piece of one of my works with Dallas. She seemed interested. Or did I share two from two works, two separate works? I don't quite. At least the one. At least the one. Um, and yeah, as far as you know, literary works or something in regards to something for a screen. That is something that I so dearly would love to do myself. Like, absolutely, I would be all about that. I could spend the rest of my life on that, and with a big smile on my face. That would be that would be a lot of fun, and yeah, I would do all. Of course, I would do my utmost to keep as many meme pathogens out of it as possible. While, but yeah, maybe there's not much point to go into it too much right now. Because I prefer to be careful and not overshare in what exactly I'm doing either. But yeah, I'm basically right now waiting for an opportunity to come up or the chance to create one of my own, and a lot of those kind of works will have a lot to do with cleaning up the I suppose, yeah, cleaning up the muck that has been thrown at our ancestors. That is something that is in many ways very dear to my heart. Something that I find also very important, and yeah, keep it fun. Nothing dry, nothing dreary either. Not really a big fan of that necessarily, unless there is like a purpose to it in bringing the story in a proper context, whatever that would be. Um, yeah, but yeah. The question is, of course, is that ever going to happen? It remains to be seen. But that's something that I would very dearly put a lot of time and energy into if I can or when I can. And yeah, it's like and again on the other side of that, someone has to do it. I have been looking a little bit I suppose one thing I wonder is, and I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with two movies. I think Ardent Party. Yeah. We actually mentioned them before. That's right. Almost forgot, but I didn't ask this at the time. So there are these two movies, and uh, they're called Boondock Saints. It's basically these two Irish guys, and they go around, like they go to the US, and they end up having to deal with criminal organization, and they kick the asses of the organization, whatever. But it's a lot of fun. It's a bit silly, but still really cool. And the story, like the director of those movies, he seemed to just come out of nowhere, so to speak, or that is the story that I understand out of it. He just managed to simply get his way in there in those circles, and it has been nagging a little. It has been nagging me a little bit in the back of my head. It's like can I do something like that? Do we have people here who can do something like that? Because it would be really awesome if we if it's going to be me alone, so be it. But if there are other people here are also interested in something as such, if we can look into that and see if we can get anywhere. uh yeah, bit of a ramble, I suppose, but yeah, I'm not sure if any of you know those movies, or if you would have an inkling on how any of that works, or if you can set something up on your own how that functions. But yeah, it's an open question, and if nobody can answer it, that's fine.
Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember the Boondock Saints. I don't remember too many specifics of it. I think there's one scene in particular I might remember, but I can't really share it here for many reasons. Arden, we'll get you set up in a second. New Hampshire Patriot, go ahead.
Funny man, huh? Who's the funny man? That's a part of the quote from the movie. Excellent movie. God, I wish something like that could happen. I wish that, um, you know, our government didn't turn our, this whole political system to have a police force, whereas back in, older generations, we the people were the police force. We did a neighborhood program. You know what I mean? We took care of the vigilantism, the murders, the rapists, the problem childs, so to speak, on our own. And then it became, well, it's unfair, right? But it's not. We're sitting here feeding. There's a particular case here in New Hampshire. Tree Godfather might be aware of this. There was an officer killed, I believe, back in 2012. Correct me if I'm wrong. Briggs. He was killed by an unethical person of non-white character. I will just say it that way to be polite, because I know we're recording. He's trying to have a stay of execution. Well, here's my problem. This guy has been found guilty, numerous witnesses, jury, trial, judge, et cetera, et cetera. He's been on death row for X amount of years. It's on average $15,000 to $30,000 a person to house these heinous individuals. Why can we not expedite this process? I reload. I'll make the round. And I'll donate it 100%. On another note, I'm going to quickly change the subject because I feel like I need to mention this. I live by a saying, because I believe it was Biospirit that was mentioning about the white erasure, and I know we're all aware of this, but I live by a saying, and I'd like to share it with everybody because it's very powerful, and I'm sure most of you have not heard of this. So I follow a very famous philosopher and a 6-time black belt master martial artist by the name of Bodhi Sanders. He is white. I know the name does not sound white. It's BHODI Sanders. He has a PhD in philosophy and psychology. I studied philosophy, psychology, and computer management information systems when I was in college. Did not graduate, but that's a story for another day. I quit. But anyways, I digress. He had a saying that just really stuck to me. I refuse to lower my standards for those who refuse to raise theirs. So in other words, and this is pretty much, this explains to me what I see with my fellow white brethren and sisters, is that we live by this code. If you want to call it a code, it's not written. There is no book on this. You're born with it because you're white. That you have this certain amount of morals, standards, ethics, especially work ethic, and empathy. And I return to this. I know I mentioned this maybe a day or two ago. Empathy is our demise. Probably about in the 1950s, I believe the white population of the world was 50 something percent of the world. Of the world. Today, we are 7%. 7%. Now, answer me this, and I would love to hear an answer. Why would there be a white erasure plan for a certain group of ethnic and white, especially Americans and just whites in general? where we have this higher standard of living, higher standard of life, higher standard of care, higher standard of work ethic, higher standard of knowledge and intelligence, why would they want to phase us out? I'll land.
Anti-whites are fueled by jealousy and envy. Mr. Hans.
Good answer. I also want to comment on empathy. The bigger problem with empathy is that whites have selective empathy. They don't have empathy for other whites. And why don't they have? Because they are infected with these anti-white mean pathogens. If you look at the anti-white morality, it starts with the idea that the West is set up for Western kind, which is absolutely not the case. And that non-whites are vulnerable in the West. And then the next step is the well-being of white people is linked to the detriment of other groups. And if you take those two things together, you end with the conclusion that it's immoral to care about the well-being of white people because our well-being is linked to detriment of non-whites who are vulnerable. Now, of course, non-whites are not vulnerable. That's false. The white well-being is not linked to the detriment of non-whites. Also false. But once you get people to believe that, then the empathy kicks in. But the empathy is not really empathy. It's selective empathy because they don't have empathy for the white girl who's brutally raped. They don't have empathy for white males being denied their future lives for their birth every day in every country, every Western country. They don't have empathy for that. So it's not empathy, it's anti-whiteism, cloaked as empathy. And this is the super trick of the anti-whites. They always frame, not always, they either frame our victimization as well-being for someone else or as retributive justice. And this is a secret source why they keep winning. And these anti-non-whites, like the Fuentesians, they if they would learn from what the anti-whites are doing, they would focus on our well-being because anti-whites never focus. Think a bit. Let's say anti-whites were as stupid as the Fuentesians. Then they wouldn't frame our victimization as well-being for someone else. They would just call for our victimization. They would just tell everyone how bad we are and we deserve to be victimized if they were as stupid as the Fuentesians. But no, they like winning. And that's why they frame our victimization as well-being for someone else.
Good afternoon to Dallas. David and Potts. Mr. Arden Party, I was thinking of you earlier. We were talking about 1950s sci-fi. Another brother that I know you are another lover of that genre. Come on in.
Okay, I was getting a significant amount of roboting from you, Tree Godfather, so I don't know if you guys can hear me properly or not. Excellent, okay.
We hear you just fine.
Okay, yeah, I see the thumbs up. Thanks, guys. Hopefully everybody's doing well, first off. Just to respond to what was being said about the Boondock Saints and talking about making our own media. Myself, I do voice acting. I could probably do a bit of stunt work even with my bad knees, for example. I'm a huge fan of fight choreography, so that's one of the things I'd be interested in doing too. But more than that, when I can't remember if his first name is Dwayne or not, but I know his last name is Duffy, the guy who was behind the Boondock Saints. Because I'm a huge fan of that movie, I've actually looked into some of the history of how it got made. And what he had to do was essentially crowdfund over the course of, I think it was about a decade before he managed to get the film actually made. And then it took a significant amount of time to get it released as well, if I recall correctly. And if I'm wrong on the details, do please let me know. But in the time that he was doing it, of course, there weren't all these digital tools that we have now. So there wouldn't have been an ability, for example, to do remote acting. Like if someone wanted to do a scene with two people, now you can actually do the scene with people in two different locations. You'd require a green screen, but even that is fairly simple these days. On top of that, there's also the option of AI if we wanted to make something animated. The hardest part of making a film, as I understand it, is the construction phase, the scripting, getting people scheduled together, things of that nature. And it's kind of, ironically, it's kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons game that way. I've had friends who've done fan filming with, for example, Star Trek fan films, things like that. And they have told me it's very much like trying to get everybody together for a Dungeons and Dragons night, where it's the scheduling is always the hardest part of getting people together, getting people on the same page is always the hard part, especially now where people tend to be so spread out. But yeah, if such a project were attempted, I would absolutely be willing to throw whatever talents I have towards helping out with it. Of course, now the downside is I'm extremely isolated even from a lot of the rest of you because I live in Newfoundland. But I do proofreading. I can do a little bit of writing. So I mean, it's not like the talent pool isn't available. It's really going to be more of a question of financing, and especially if we do something from the white well-being perspective, it's going to be finding someone who's going to be willing to actually not necessarily release, but distribute and push this. As far as financing goes, I mean, we could always crowdfund it. And it's a question of, you know, once you have the script, you have your budget. You can work out your budget. So it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You kind of have to start from the very, very beginning and work your way through it. But I don't see why we couldn't do something like that, even just with this group. And I mean, I've heard a lot of your voices. Some of you would be amazing for characters if we did something animated. So, I mean, there's always that option. Anyway, I'm just about to go eat supper, so I figured I'd pop in and say hello.
You can't leave yet. We have two people on the YouTube stream have requested you to do some voices.
Have they said anything specific?
Nothing specific, so it's dealer's choice.
Okay. Okay, I've got two different characters. I have a very villainous, somewhat monstrous character that I did for one of my friends. That's actually on my YouTube channel, and it was called The Chicken Killer. And the chicken killer kind of talks a bit low and very slow and dangerous and slightly evil. And hey guys, I can do Mickey Mouse too.
Well, hello, Jason. I see you grabbed the mic. Come on in.
All right, I'm going to try to come on in. I haven't been able to hear much, although I jumped in a little bit ago and to hang out with y'all and participate a little bit, but I ended up on the phone with having some real issues with the people who were doing the inspection on the automobile. Most might not know. I don't know how many states, maybe all of them by now. Y'all can share with me what it is like where you are. But there's a safety inspection, and of course, it makes sense. You should do that and make sure the vehicles on the road are not going to come apart and run over some children and kill them. But they decided you need to have 230 seconds of tread, at least 230 seconds of tread. And my rear tires, I'm a little bit, wild in the vehicle, as you all know. You hear from time to time. And they are right at the 230 seconds mark. Front tires are at half life. And these people are like, you got to buy new tires. And I've been going back and forth, a lot of headache, a lot of yelling. I could have used Arden to show up and do the villain voice that I just heard. But unfortunately, I don't know much of what y'all are. I just heard the tail end there clearly of Arden doing his voices and talking about doing animated, I guess, video and, people in the community being able to provide the voices for that. This is something that's actually near and dear to my heart. Many years ago, and I won't take this far because I don't know what topics we're really focusing on today, so I don't want to steer things off the subject matter. But a very long time ago, I came up with the idea of making these trailers, promos for movies. Everyone knows that the promos, the trailers are the most exciting, and you can pack, and they do pack the trailers, the promos for movies, even television shows, their television series, made for TV movies, with all of the best stuff. They communicate a slew of meme pathogens. The white guy is the villain. You get to see him. The reason, what the conflict is all about. You see some of the most exciting scenes. That the multiracial crew are going to be the good guys. That the black woman is going to be spiritual and in touch with spirits and God. I guess it would be herself, and have sage wisdom beyond the comprehension of white males. That if there is going to be a genius, that he is going to be crippled or handicapped or emaciated, unable to comb his hair, slovenly, all of these things that are really antithetical to the biospirit of the West. And it's all communicated in this tight and packed package that then is delivered to the people, and everybody gets excited about it. And so often, especially in the last probably 20 years now, the people say the trailer was the best thing. You didn't have to see the rest of the movie. But even before that, the trailers were still the best part. They were the most exciting. They got you the most fired up. And so I recommended that we made trailers to these communities where you all know that there are folks with a few millions worth of net worth, and they fund things all the time, idiotic things. And I recommended this because it could be done even way back in the day on the cheap compared to making movies, compared to anything on a big scale. And back in the day, though, doing it as a cartoon or something like that was kind of expensive, but actors could be used, and it didn't have to be the best. In fact, you could choose a particular, I don't know what you would even call this in movie making, but a particular tone, a particular style of movie, so that if the acting and the videography wasn't perfect up to par to what they were seeing, maybe Star Wars level or what have you, it would still fit the tone. It would still fit what you were trying the type of movie or the type of project you were making, and communicate all of these powerful meme curatives in it. We could show the population who the bad guys are, who the good guys are, who's being victimized. We could put our brothers and sisters in those quiet moments, which of course they'll be experiencing as the real world, as reality. Those quiet moments with the white guy who is not getting the job, the white guy who's being passed over, the white guy who is being discriminated against, persecuted, the white female fearing for her life, and that deep animalistic, visceral fear when she travels from point A to point B. But it could all be packaged up. In fact, back in the day, and I've got to find them, I had a notebook and I wrote down a handful of these that we could do, that we could make. Unfortunately, I was utterly rejected. As you all know, none of that material ended up getting produced. These brains with the several millions of net worth, they thought political parties and political functionaries and think tanks and all that was the way to go. And they even went so far as to dismiss my idea in this vein in favor of this guy. Merlin was his name, and perhaps some of you may have heard of him before. He's from back in the day. He was a director in Hollywood, and he was a white guy, and he had made some. So I'm trying to remember the movies that he had made. Some of them were known, but not super big. But he comes in and he says, "Oh, I'll make a movie. I'll make a full movie for this from start to finish." And I said, "No, this is going to cost millions. It's going to be over $1 million at least. We could do 10 of these or more of these trailers and promos and have a much bigger impact." Well, of course, as I said, the people with the money, they thought wiser. They said, "Oh, we'll go with Merlin over here, a guy that was really sketchy, like I said, right out of Hollywood. Nice guy and nice wife, but sketchy nonetheless." And of course, they all got together in their great wisdom, and they decided that the movie was going to be about Israel attacking the United States ship, the Liberty. And of course, what a fruitless, dumbass thing to make a movie about. And of course, in the end, the money that was given to Merlin, he walked with. He didn't make any movie. He then turned around and said, before people got all fired up about it, "Well, what do you mean you're not going to make the movie?" And he said, "Well, it's too many roadblocks in the way. Instead, I'll start a political party." So he started a party and then disappeared. But I really like the idea that even going way back in the day with what we can do with shorts, what we can do with promos, what we can do with trailers, and if they can be done. I mean, I'm pretty shocked that so much of the white population, I'm going to pass it back, so much of the white population is fine with watching cartoons. When I was a child, I remember my father was always quite derisive about adults watching cartoons, and so I kind of just absorbed that from him. I always thought, "What are you doing? You're an adult." But millions and millions of our brothers and sisters out there, well into their adulthood, are watching cartoons, and it's landing on them as though it's the real world. We could do the same. Maybe this is what Arden is talking about when I just joined. But it's something for us all to think about as projects or projects moving forward, because of the power of cinema. But I'll pass it back, and we can get back on course with whatever we were talking about.
So interestingly enough, we're started with our Westman of the day, as we do every day here, and I chose Robert Ludlum as a very interesting author. And then, of course, the conversation evolved as it usually does. And we're discussing anti-white meme pathogens in film and cinema. But you, of course, you brought up something really interesting that, of course, today, as we, Spirit created a short AI introduction to Go Free, and of course, I had one too out there that I include actually on both of those are included on the YouTube stream at the beginning and end of the Shade Tree stream on YouTube. You also brought up cartoons, and I would point out most people don't actually understand this, but cartoons were originally an adult thing. They weren't even meant for children. Mr. Hans.
This is not the first time that I heard Jason's idea for a trailer, and that is just so brilliant. Of course, like he says, you can put the whole almost the whole movie in the trailer, and in fact, unfortunately, they mostly do that. And you can pack a lot of things in there, and also what's because in software we have this technique where we will fake functionality just to see if people click on it, and the clicks will be a signal that that's something we can spend money on to build, and this is a way to avoid wasting money on things that people are not interested in. And the trailers can work the same way. If you, for instance, upload some trailer to the platforms, and let's say you produce 3 trailers and one of them does fantastic, then that's a signal that there's money in that story, you know, and then there's a business case for investors. But another thing that I want to talk about is I think Ben Shapiro, not Ben Shapiro, but his company, they made a couple of movies. One of the movies, Matt Walsh, sort of a documentary. But most of their stuff doesn't work because they are too heavy-handed with the narrative that they are trying to push. And the best anti-white movies are the ones where the anti-white narrative is almost invisible. And if you think about it, you can take the most pristine Western fairy tale and change it into an anti-white story just by casting, it's that simple. But what Jason was talking about was, of course, the when you build the whole story from start to be hardwired into the anti-white narrative, then you can, of course, go much further. And the best, I mean, there are scenes in movies that stays with me because those were highly emotional directed experiences inside the anti-white narrative, and they are part of me now forever. And those are the most powerful um, um, subconscious experiences that we can make. So yes, there's a lot of scope for this, and that's such a brilliant idea to do these trailers. I love it.
New Hampshire Patriot.
Yes, sir. Yeah, great point. So along the lines of little snippets or previews and whatever, thank goodness for the advancements in technology and YouTube and Shorts, and I'm pretty sure we could get a group of people that are in this organization or affiliated, and with their groups create these scenarios and scripts based off of a script, and then somebody can edit those into some sort of commercial of sorts for a preview to endorse it. We nobody needs to have multi-million-dollar actors in these things. People relate more to real life everyday people than Matthew McConaughey or whoever you want to talk about. That's my input. I'll land.
Let's see, we got Dallas. I thought I gave you a mic. Let me try that again. And then we'll go to Dallas as soon as she's hot and ready. Miss Dallas, are you with us?
Yes, thank you so much. Sorry, I keep losing my signal. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're good so far.
Okay, beautiful. I am not going to move from this location. Just definitely hearing what you guys are saying, except for when I lost you. But Jason's idea is I love that, and I actually have had the same thoughts about, just due to people's attention spans and the way things are, trailers are sometimes the most impactful thing. And most of I'm an actor, and I've done a lot of different things, film and TV. And recently I've done some what's called vertical films. You may or may not know what it is, but they're literally these little 1 minute, they call them episodes. It's a full feature length film, but they're broken up into these little segments, because I just think that's what people can digest, and they watch them on their phones. I mean, they're filmed that way, and so it's and they're really. I mean, I've done a couple, and they're really kind of melodramatic and lots of drama and action, and people get really into them. It's a whole thing. But anyway, that's not really my point. Just to say that it's about the time and just the amount that people can take in, because most of us are so overloaded, and that's its own issue. Too much input, too many things to look at. So I mean, even like when looking at the little clips that on Instagram that Stop Anti-Whiteism has made, those amazing little clips with Jason and everything are so cool. And it's all the visuals, it's the music. I mean, to me, music is everything. And so I'm totally on the same plane with what he was saying. And I want to use, I mean, obviously you guys, all of my talents and work ethic and ability and everything is devoted to us. So whatever I can do, acting wise, voiceover wise, music wise, whatever, I would love to do that. And I have made music videos just with my phone. And obviously it's, it's not going to be amazing looking, but it's like you can do so much. I'm one of my problems is kind of getting caught up in the details and drowning in possibility, drowning in opportunity. It's like, I don't know what to do. What should I do first? What's the best thing to do? What's the most effective thing to do for us? And sorry, I'm getting over a cold too, so I sound ridiculous right now, but I just wanted to put that out there. And I love the conversation, and just, I'm hungering and thirsting to do things for us like that. And I mean, this is the most important thing. This is all that matters. And so just putting that out there. I'm here for you guys. Let me be involved, whatever I can do. I love the conversation. We can reach so many people this way.
Well, Dallas, that's obviously for, and in terms of what you were saying, from a content standpoint, I know there's definitely a time limit where, like on YouTube videos, for example, uh, unless it's like a really involved thing, 10 minutes is, I guess, generally the limit that most people will watch a clip or a video, for example, is like 3 to 10 minutes is considered ideal. Anything over 10 minutes, then people either doesn't ban or just don't have the time. And certainly in a time when people are having to work harder than ever for less and less, the idea of sitting down, even as a family, to watch a 2-hour movie, it gets harder and harder. So I agree that something like a short film or something broken up into segments, 1 minute to 3 minutes, would probably fly very well. Not expert opinion. Um, Justin, care to jump in?
I don't think I didn't have my hand up.
No, I just usually call on speakers, kind of see if anybody has any particular thoughts.
Oh,
New Hampshire Patriot.
okay. Well, I mean, I love the ideas. I think it is a great idea to do things like this, considering the environment that we're in, anti-white fully. I don't know that I don't really have any expertise in this. So I'll let someone else speak. Thank you, though.
Hey, certainly fair enough, brother. New Hampshire Patriot, come on in.
Yes, sir. No, I definitely agree with Debbie and everybody else in this space, and Jason. This is a great direction to possibly pursue, because every one of us are going to be willing to volunteer for some sort of step in the process, right? Some of us have more of an editorial specialty. Some of us have more of a writing specialty. Debbie, you have a gift. You're an actress. I believe some of us can somewhat act. It would be low budget, obviously, but I guess the idea would be to get the message out there. And I don't see anybody more compassionate about the idea behind this than the people here. And it's a great groundwork. It's a great way to start. We can put something together, and I'll gladly volunteer in any way, shape, form, or fashion that I can contribute. I'm a contractor, have been for 25. I have 25 years experience. I'm a very versatile person. I'll say that. Highly trained in firearms, etc. But I can assist in any way. But yes, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Brother, and just to avoid any confusion for the stream, that's the great as an actress, but also a womanship. Uh, but otherwise, no problem there. Mr. Hans, come on
in. Tree, you are breaking up a bit, but I did get the come in part. One thing that has incredibly high retention is when you make a series, when you make like a mini series, or because when people are intrigued by the first release, they will anticipate, and the anticipation will grow the longer it takes for the next one to be released, until some point, and then it goes down again. But what another great point or great feature of these trailers is, of course, they are going to be short, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and that makes it cheaper to make, of course. But there's also another part to that, and that is the investment to look at, to consume that is low, so it's easy to get into it. So what I'm thinking about is maybe a new genre of movie or storytelling. Is this where you release these short episodes of, let's say, 5 minutes, and it's really part of a bigger story. I do have some. There was a fan fiction video series released in the Warhammer universe, and this person on his own, he made a series of small videos, and I had that experience where you were waiting for him to release the next version. And I think something like that can be very effective, because of this. Once you enjoyed the first one, you become more deeply invested in the story as it grows.
David.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, people are breaking up. You guys can let me know if I'm breaking up. I just wanted to go back a little bit to, I think it was Hans talking about selective empathy. I found that very helpful. And I started querying, my internals around like blind spots and social taboos, like growing up. And I'm going to speak for everyone. I like generalizations. I think generally speaking, I would even say probably everyone in this group, if they're honest with themselves, which is hard to do. It's hard to be honest with yourself. But I think if you were paying attention, one of the social taboos for me growing up, and I'm also questioning how big it was. So you've got like the generalized sense of it and then the personalized experience of it, I guess, was the idea that it was a social taboo to not be selfish. And I remember when I first sort of heard that social taboo, it was like, it seemed like there was crazy talk in there. And I'm a child. It's hard to flesh out. I'm like, it almost seemed like if we're looking at like pathogens, the one I would want to bring to this group for everyone to self reflect on is this pathogen that I think we were all given as children, if not by our parents, at least by society in general. At least my sense is, don't be selfish. And to me, implied in that is a hatred of self, or a changing of the word self. So that if we're going to take the word self and we're going to turn it into a bad thing by adding ish. And so for me, you've got the selective empathy, but I'm also thinking this selfish thing. I feel if everyone were to heal that social taboo, it is very hard to get the balance right. Obviously, to me, empathy, as I was thinking about it, needs to be from the surplus. So if you've got surplus in your life, that's where the empathy goes. And the idea of the cup runneth over, where you fill your own cup up, and then what's ever flowing out is the excess that you share with others. And we have ideas of ethics and right and wrong. People talk about getting the balance right. To me, this is an important taboo because the messaging was that if you're selfish, you're a narcissist, you're a sociopath. What I felt as a child was you will be excommunicated from the group if you are selfish. I thought it was like there's something really not right there. So I just wanted to bring that up. And the second part also is this one I didn't get as a child. So this one got me even deeper. Like for whatever reason, I always identified with the underdog. That one got me. It was only later in life where I'm like, just because someone's an underdog doesn't mean that you sort of auto support them. So just to bring to the fore a few other meme passages that we might want to look at.
In this group, we do talk about selfish individualism. So there's something to be said about that. I think that's perhaps something a little bit different. But we're going to go over to Biospirit of the West, and perhaps you'll address that.
Yeah, I had my hand up because I wanted to mention to everyone that I have been listening to this segment, and I've been taking down names about what people are willing to do and what they want to do. And so I've made a list, and you will be contacted, and we are going to put this together. So thank you for sharing all of that. Thank you, Jason, for putting your idea out again. And I think it's really looked like it took root today. So My thing is I like to put things together and manage stuff. So that's my contribution, along with financing stuff. So I would like to say to what David said. Yes, those are definitely mean pathogens that we've identified within Go Free that Jason has in his book, and you're right on target there. That we are conditioned as from a very early point in our life not to care about our people and not to think of ourselves as a racial group, and that it's evil to even discuss it or talk about it or stick up for ourselves from that point of view. And so you're what you're thinking and what you're feeling is I think right on target, and I'm sure that's what Hans wants to talk about too. So I'll pass it back.
Well, Biospirit, I'll tell you, you know, I do this video editing is kind of my favorite forte, so you can throw me down for that. Mr. Hans.
Yes, I wanted to comment on that. I had an experience where a friend of ours, she came from church, and she was very emotional, and because she just had the preacher crying about the non-whites that the robots who have no one, who have nothing, and we have so much. You don't realize how much you have. You have a happy family. You have children who love you. You have this and you have that. And look at that, those poor people begging at the robots. And as happens often, is I didn't have an answer because I feel the frustration because it's so wrong. And then when she left, it hit me. Well, those non-whites at the robot, every door is open to them. They just have to show up. Then they will be admitted. They just have to be there, and they will be fast-tracked anywhere in Western civilization. Me, my son, none of that. You can be the top student in South Africa. If you're a white male, you are not getting into any medical school. That's that. So, yeah, but I think that there's two parts to the selfish part. The one, and the way they use it against us is to white guilt us to not take care of our own. And that is exactly the opposite of what is noble, because what is more noble than caring about the well-being of your people? What's more noble than that? And if you apply that to any other race, you'll see that that is good, that is noble, that's wonderful. And they undermine that. But on an individual level, of course, I mean, this is one of the first things you learn as a child, is that what you do affect other people, and you need, and it's part of this the social learnings that we need to be able to function as a society. We need to be considerate and work together. So there's that aspect. But the other aspect that we focus on a lot is that when it comes to individualism is a very good thing, and I believe it's one of the key ingredients that make Western civilization possible. But it does become a pathology when it becomes selfish individualism, where you will seek your individual well-being without considering the well-being of your people. And we believe that when we see ourselves as a people, that will always be front of mind whenever you want to improve your individual well-being. So there's two parts of it, but definitely we are constantly being white guilted to not care about our people, but care about every other people. So I agree with that.
Very well stated from Hans, as usual. I will go over to Mr. Blue Flame, and then we'll hit up Jason.
The very important topic that David brings up in this, and I guess, well, I've definitely spoken to it before, is that most people today, they have it all upside down when it comes to selfishness and selflessness, right? Um, they often, this is something that I have often had to hear. For example, that a narcissist is someone who's who loves him or herself too much, and that is the affliction. But that is the and you know, sociopaths and psychopaths do not really get mentioned. They're generally understood as agents of destruction, if you will. But narcissists are like the early stage of the other two, from my understanding. Or at the very least, all three of these come out of a certain neuroticism, certain types of neuroticism. Um, what needs to be understood is that to be selfless, to have no self, is, you know, it leaves someone to simply be an automaton, you know, a flesh puppet, almost. These types of people have, you know, these are the people who often also get accused as being NPCs, if you will. No inner monologue. uh, they're totally, they're you know, if you can call it a life, their lives are completely dedicated to the latest fashion or the latest sensation that has to be pursued. um, yeah. To have to have a self. Oh, and maybe also a very important one with people who have no sense of self, or even worse, who have murdered them their self, you know, killed their own spirit in a way. um one of the big things about that as well, how shall I put it, uh yeah, maybe I should explain it a bit different. So, the mention of narcissist, sociopath, and psychopath, what is very typical in these three is that they have, in a certain sense, crushed their own soul. They've murdered their own soul in an almost very real way. And there is nothing left but sensation to be activated by the outside world. That is the only thing that moves them. They're not inspired by greater goals. Their empathy towards other people is absolutely gone because they have no empathy towards themselves. These people have crushed themselves. Like a white anti-white is the example of that. They have broken themselves because, you know, usually it stems forth out of all sorts of trauma that was inflicted on them, and rather than face it, they ran away from it. Part of that running away is hiding your personal pain from yourself, but in doing so you end yourself. You know, it's it is maybe a bit crude to put it as such, but yeah, you're speaking about someone who is almost essentially soulless. And again, these types of people, they live to consume, they live to even eat other people. They are the sort of people in your presence that you start feeling tired or sometimes even sick in their presence. These are the type who live to get a reaction out of others because they enjoy chaos. because the chaos makes them feel in control over those around them. This is where you every tyrant that this planet has ever seen was exactly that, by the way. um, and to say that someone like that, for example, a narcissist, which may in a certain sense be the least lethal, is no less harmful, than the other two types. To say that someone like that is too full of himself or herself, no, couldn't be further from the truth. But yeah, how is it that we live in a society that has this upside down? Well, it's because they don't want people to find out. A lot of creeds, a lot of ideologies, be it religious, political, maybe even economic, um, a lot of that, as far as what I recently was mulling on, uh, I think a lot of it actually stems straight uh, out of very cunning people. You could say evil psychologists or whatever, who created this system because they understand that if you give these types a means to step on the heads of others and get away with it, you're actually automatically going to create a following, so long as you ensure that you're one way or the other on top of the totem pole, and in exchange you give them what they want. It's the same old thing, drugs, sex, rock and roll, whatever it is that they want. You give them that, the attention. Attention is a big one that they always enjoy because it makes them feel bigger than they are. It makes them feel, well, it's all about feeling this, feeling that, and the world activating them, right? And if the once in a while they have to bow their heads to the one guy once a year or twice a year in some weird, well, whether it's a ritual or whether it's like a quick humiliation that they have to take, they'll have that, and then they'll vent, whatever they had to go through from their abuser. They'll just abuse it onto those that they can get away with doing it to, right? um but yeah, in a certain sense, these are the true selfless types. the those who are, well, selfish in the sense of having a self, looking after yourself, doing your exercises, being motivated by your internal goals. It's like like really living up to your spirit. It's like, why, in a certain sense, the part of this, why are you here, where do what do you belong to, um and in maybe in a certain sense what belongs to you, although that is perhaps a little less important. But we all have our trinkets, in a healthy mind can also be recognized as that they're going to have like certain items that they really love. That sounds maybe a bit funny, but it's one of those little signs how you can tell that someone is at least to some degree sane, or at least not completely, fallen into the depths of whatever pit you should call that. Is there anything else worth adding to that? Mm, yeah, I mean, again, these types who are self-serving, selfish individualists, right? Maybe I haven't gotten the full scope of it, but from my perspective, when I hear that term, I actually think about these sorts of types, like selfish individualists. They do not even really love themselves. Again, they're only in it for. They may extend a little bit of what they like onto those, their children, what have you, some immediate family members. But if the entire world burns down while they are sitting in a castle and they're happy to let that happen, I mean, that is sick. And that is exactly what you see in that is what psychopaths thrive to live like. They in the, like these absolutely pathological minds, the worse it gets, the more they want to sit on a throne made of the skulls of anyone that they perceive as getting in their way, or they just enjoy torturing. And In a certain sense, that's what I see described there. Now, again, you have varying degrees in that. That might be a bit, well, might be a bit of a bloated topic to go over it at this point in time. But yeah. No, to develop a self is a very healthy thing. I mean, you're kind of meant to be a self in that sense, but you're always tied to, because it's also got poisoned, of course. You're always tied, by blood to those next to you and the biological spirit in general, I suppose, if you look at the spiritual rather than the flesh. And both are important. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if not sure if David is still listening and if this helps a little bit. Um, but yeah, those are my more immediate thoughts on that. I think it's yeah, with white well-being in a certain indirect sense that definitely gets addressed. Varies a little, but yeah, I would say so. Well, David's giving a thumbs up. Okay, I guess that's good then. I guess I can let the others speak now. I'll leave it here then.
That's good stuff. Mr. Hans.
So I wanted to add, when anti-whites will tell you to not be selfish, what they mean is you must give more. You must give more to non-whites. You must take more from your people and steal the fruit of their labor. And because in the anti-white narrative, every white person was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and give that to the deserving non-white poor. But what I see on Twitter, and I fell for that a couple of times until I learned my lesson. And this is when you object to something like a white erasure of a sports team or of admissions or hiring, then often they will challenge you and ask, "So tell me, how were you victimized?" And if you're a white male and you've been in the labor market for a period of time, you will have concrete examples, concrete lived experiences where you were victimized. But what the anti-white is doing is he's trying to cast you as a selfish individualist who's only unhappy um, because not because someone is victimized, but because he doesn't get to share in the cake. So what I started to do now is, when someone challenges me, I would respond with that it doesn't matter whether I, as an individual, was victimized. This is about my people. This is about the most vulnerable, um, who maybe don't have the education to back them up, don't have wealthy relatives to help, with nothing, and they have to go into this anti-white world where there isn't someone to help them to kick the door open. They have to do it themselves. So this is about my people. And if you want to justify why my people have to be victimized just because they were born white, then go ahead and try to do that, because that would be anti-white.
Mr. Jason.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to jump right after this. I apologize, but it's back to the grind. Talk about the jobs that we are discriminated against and we don't get to have that we deserve. That Hans was just mentioning there, and so we end up places that we're overqualified. We have so many skill sets. We could be doing so much for the communities, the country. All of our countries are worse off as a consequence of it. Having people who are not up to par. And this on a global stage results in the fall of Western countries relative to others, such as China, for example. But talking about selfishness and Blue Flame and Hans really hitting on the head. They're really talking about the context in which the subject matter is discussed or implied, and not mentioned. It's a part of our norm in the West to teach our young during the process of individuation to not take advantage of, not to selfishly harm those nearest to us. A great example is share your toys, and by that education, we learn that there are other people with other feelings. It really kicks the mirror neurons in the brain into high gear, and we understand that they can feel pain, they can feel sadness, and we can feel it as well in them as a consequence of those mirror neurons. So a really important part of our norm is to not selfishly take advantage of, harm, exploit those nearest to us. But when it comes to this societal morality, which is the anti-white immoral imperative and the anti-white narrative, selfishness is presented as something that is objectionable when it impedes anti-white objectives, when it impedes anti-white norms, when it impedes and the anti-white narrative. So very often you'll find, and you'll all say, yes, this is true, that the villains, the white guy villains in the movies are often very selfish. They're willing to exploit others, use others for their own ends, and it doesn't matter to them what ends up happening to these people whatsoever. At the same time, simultaneously, we have the selfishness that isn't spoken, where it is praised, where in the white population, we are encouraged to serve manna as our God, the economy, the GDP. And in so doing, if that is the highest morality, then the consequence of that is rank selfishness, the exploitation of others. And this is where anti-whiteism really gets started. And actually reminds me of something I heard Tree Godfather saying when I was yelling on the phone over here at Mechanics. But and that is, that anti-whiteism has been with us for a very, very long time, all the way back into 100% white Europe. Anti-whiteism was there, but it takes different forms. It results in the same thing. It can assume different arguments, results in the same outcomes, which is the victimization of our people. So I was always interested in one day thinking that somebody will come along, and while we are fighting the good fight for white well-being and combating anti-whiteism, that researchers would come along and they would begin to articulate and write and philosophical, historical texts about the different periods or eras of anti-whiteism and what they looked like in the history of our people. I think that would be a really fascinating project for somebody to come along at some point. We don't have enough people. We need everybody fighting for white well-being right now, but that would be something for somebody who has that kind of a mindset, not the kind of person who's going to be out there talking with others online and in public, but somebody who wants to, whittle away privately and through dusty tomes and articulate, this is the epoch of anti-whiteism X, and this is what it looked like, and Y, and this is what it looked like. But to get back to what I was just saying there about selfishness, the unspoken selfishness of servitude to God economy, GDP, personal enrichment, and the unspoken consequence of that, of course, is the rankest, the most diabolical anti-whiteism that we saw, for example, in our once great South Africa, and just as the example here, but it's happened everywhere across the West, where we build like a beautiful country, like the beautiful town of Orania. We build a beautiful country, and then very selfishly individualistic, wealthy people decide they can make more money by using non-white labor from outside the country. They can bring them in. They can use their money to sway politicians and laws and moral codes and norms and bring these people in. And who are the first victims, of course, of that every single time? It's the white race. It's the white working class. It's the white family, the middle class family. Those are always the first victims of that rank anti-whiteism, which is the selfish individualism that is a consequence of this service to self in personal enrichment and etc. Nothing wrong with personal enrichment whatsoever, but you can see the difference here between enriching oneself that benefits and enriching oneself at the expense of. They're two completely different things. And in the white Western world, which is to be redundant, we have been horrifically exploited by selfishly individualistic white wealth class, and they continue to do it to this day. There are infinitely more wealthy white people than wealthy Jews, wealthy Hindus, wealthy Chinese, but the white wealth doesn't come to abet the victimization, doesn't come to arrest the victimization of Western kind, as you see in these other communities where they do come in. Now, why is that? And this is what we preach, is that in a way, and I've said this over the years from time to time, in a way, if you must, you can say that you are selfishly serving yourself by way of our people's well-being. It really comes down to the definition in that construction of self. Who am I? If I am first and foremost a member of a people called Western kind, then I know that my well-being is attained by way of their well-being. Their well-being is my well-being. If that's myself, then I can only be well by way of my people's well-being. And that, incidentally, as we talk so often about, is the definition of peoplehood. It's not the flags, it's not the language, it's not the accent, it's not the invisible lines. It is indeed individual well-being by way of group well-being, which does what? When you view your people as yourself, you can't do what? You can't harm them. You can't exploit them. You can't do any of these things that would undermine their well-being, because why? It's undermining your personal well-being. So to circle it back, at a very young age, during that period of individuation, we are taught, because it's a norm in the West, that other people have feelings, other people want to be included, other people matter. And it really, that sentence of like, share your toys, that's like, I think, common around the world. Share, you got to share with your brothers and sisters, you got to share with your friend. It can't all be just for you. And that's a really positive lesson for us to assimilate. By the way, a lesson that even if tomorrow we all stopped teaching the lesson to our children, it is a product of our biospirit and would eventually reassert itself in the body of our population, would become words again and lessons for the youth coming up under the tutelage of such white individuals. At the same time, on the societal scale, we have this different presentation of what selfish and individual selfishness, or selfish individuals, how that ends up playing out. And as we can see here, when it comes to the white race, it's very clear. It's lucid. No white millionaires, no white billionaires are showing up at universities like Jews do when a white person is discriminated against, when a classroom is taught anti-whiteism, when a white student is harassed by anti-whites of any races. The white billionaires are not showing up. The white millionaires are not showing up saying this is anti-whiteism and this has got to end. But we are changing that. It is these concepts that we are promulgating. And like that, I just had that conversation with Heather MacDonald. The best and the brightest, the most connected, in the most erudite circles are ready, willing, and able to assimilate and employ concepts that establish them as a moral actor in the defense of our well-being, an attack on us based on our birth, our immutable characteristics. We have demonstrated this so many times now, all the way up to Donald Trump. I can't believe anybody continues to need examples, or continues to disbelieve, or continues to not become acolytes or neophytes of the Go Free dialogic and the work we do here. You could not have more evidence, especially in light of the dearth that we see with every single other vehicle that has been in place for many generations, continuing to fail our people, and indeed cause harm to our people. So clearly, the only way, and this this is the take home that is salubrious. This is the take home that is really positive, is that since these concepts can be absorbed and employed by the most connected, by people like Heather McDonald, by people like Mark Dice can pick it right up and promulgate it to their audiences again and again, day after day, by so many of these individuals. Since it can, Donald Trump Jr., since it can happen for them, it can happen for the white wealthy as well. And those people, when they show up, when they begin behaving in this moral way, when they begin using these concepts, when they begin putting their connectivity to the world, their human capital that they have access to, their financial capital that they have access to, when they begin doing that, it's going to be like a supernova for the rest of the white population. They will see the power, and there's going to be a little bit of a challenge there for us, but we will stay firm. There's going to be a little bit of a challenge because selfishly individualistic white wealthy people will see that there is power in this white peoplehood, in this Western kind, and they will come diseased, though. They will bring their power and we must transform them. They will bring their wealth and we must transform them. And how do we do it? It's very easy. We continue using the concepts that we are using here today in service to white well-being by way of the Go Free Dialogic. And God bless everybody here. Really looking forward to, so happy we have so many people who are knowledgeable in movie making, and it really opens the door to some other things that we can do, maybe things that will also end up attracting white people with quite a lot of wealth that are sick and tired of the victimization of our people. But we'll be looking for, first, when it comes to these kind of the white wealth class, we'll see those who are the most moral that'll step up first. The ones who have had enough of the victimization, they look out and they feel the pangs when they see the things happening to our people, even at our lowest economic levels. When they see this and around the world, those white folks that show up will be the ones who are the most moral. Those will be the ones who'll be the most ready to pick up and employ the dialogic. And with their help, we will take strides like you never imagined before. And to say that is really something, because here this community of special warfare operators has literally demonstrated that the dialogic works in multiple white languages around planet Earth. I mean, to even contemplate that and to have the conversation, could we create something? This is like out of this world. This is almost supernatural to say that you could create a lexicon and dialectics that can be employed in multiple languages, showing the exact same success across planet Earth, is something that you would think it must be supernatural. We are doing that with that kind of power. There's literally nothing that can hold us back. And we continue to succeed as a consequence. Big salutes to everybody. I'm going to jump off. I'm going to try to listen a little bit longer in anonymity, but I'll be here and I'll be giving much love to you all. And thank you all for being here. Big thank you. Tree Godfather, the Shade Tree.
Outstanding, brother. I always appreciate when you pop in. And you know where we are. We're here every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you catch us at the right time, you might get to talk to the king himself, Mr. Jason. Mr. Blue Flame, you've had your hand up. Come on in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jason, if you don't have the time anymore, you don't need to reply to it. But I am still working on getting getting you on the radar of a community out there on the internet who actually is very much interested in all sorts of research. Now, there's a bit of funny alien stuff in there and what have you, but that aside, that people make of that what they want, there is a lot of genuine research, for example, in ancient Egypt or the Celts or all of that good stuff. And like they explore psychology, they explore a whole plethora of fields. Really can't begin to name all of it. And I do think that reaching out to that, to the people who have a lot of attention from, or who have a bit more esteem or a bit more name in that general community, you never know, but we might actually have an influx of people who would be very interested in researching that once we bring these concepts to them. That's what I at the very least suspect, is that a sort of a mutual exchange of they bring their expertise, their knowledge, and whatever it's going to be, and we bring them, we present to them the lexicon and how to work with it. And well, I think it's always worth the try, right? And hopefully we will have just that, people who are researching into the different forms of anti-whiteism, and going into, where is our psychological susceptibility to this. What is it about us that we are so, well, I guess, gullible? Like, it's easy to it's easy to just toss a name at it and say, oh well, we're just a gullible bunch, we have that empathy, and we just project that onto others, and well, here we are. But but what is it really that, where's like the pinpoint essence from where this starts? And it doesn't mean that we need to cut something out of ourselves. It just means that if we understand it, then we can guard ourselves against it, that sort of thing. I think that would be very interesting, and is definitely you know standard education in the future, hopefully, then for our children. So yeah, I was actually, yeah, I guess I'll just toss it in there anyways. Let's say that we have very influential and very wealthy people in there. I was just thinking about this. Well, I've spoken about it before, in a way, but I've done a bit of security in my time, as a job, and I understand well enough. I can guarantee it to you guys. There are a lot of folks who have a lot of money, and they hire these security companies. Like, they ask for like 12 guards for a week each night, between this hour and that hour, or 24/7 around the clock, if they can afford it, whatever it's going to be. And they honestly believe that every one of those security guards will lay down their lives protecting what they get, like a like a minimum to average wage, in today's by today's standards. That the security guards are going to lay down their lives, for the properties that they're supposed to guard, or whatever goods, etc., etc. And that is delusional. It absolutely is. There might be some out there who would do that, but I mean, yeah. What is there to be said for a guy who would lay down his life for, I don't know, like someone's house? If some gang of anti-whites shows up, 100 heads, armed to the teeth with molotovs or clubs or knives or whatever's gonna be, it's like these guys are gonna get out of there. And as we also know now, in a lot of instances, you have anti-whites who get hired. They show up in a uniform, and they themselves end up being robbers. They themselves are being the spies on the inside that tell their buddies, when the family is gone, or when there is absolutely nobody, or what the inside of the house looks, so it's more easily navigated. Um, Also, an issue with banks, by the way, in some places already. If you go to the bank and you get some money or whatever, and someone of the employees sees it, yeah, there might be someone waiting for you outside, um, in the street. Like, this is a reality. And like, why do I bring this up? It's just with the general question of, like, let's say you have very affluent, wealthy people, what have you. They don't know the average man's experience necessarily. Some maybe do. I don't know. I don't know anyone, to that degree myself. um, like, is it worth presenting to them also just the understanding of, you do get that when anti-whites are on the loose and they get complete and utter no if they get nodes of power to such an extreme that they can basically do whatever they want, which we see they're doing it now to those who already don't have the wealth or the social connections to defend themselves. But those social connections and that wealth uh, that they have eventually will start fraying as well. It will start, it will be chipped at, and it might take a generation, might be take 2 generations. But like, are they willing to let their own children or grandchildren be victimized in this way? And the worse it gets for, let's say, the so-called lower or middle class, well, eventually it's going to touch them as well. There are already some guarded communities or gated communities that have had these gangs simply break in, just like that, and barely any decent investigations afterwards, no matter how much money gets tossed at it. So the general question that is, I suppose, like, is this a worthy means to appeal to them as well? It's like, hey, not only do we bring you a lexicon by which you can be a moral agent here, but I mean, on the other side of it, when anti-whites get away with what they want to get, it's like nobody's going to be safe, and there's nobody who's going to, like, we're all going to be picked off one by one. It doesn't matter who you are, what's behind your name, how far you can fly away, because it's going to be, there's going to be no spot to go to. And on top of that, let's say you have some types who have a plan, they have some island somewhere or whatever it's going to be. It's like, are you going to condemn the next generations of your family to live in complete solitude to do what? Become an incestuous bunch in some decaying castle that nobody knows anymore to maintain at some point? Because then the legacy of these people will also go away right with that. If the people who throughout the centuries has kept the records, who has written the records, who has developed the ability to even have these records and whatever. When that people is gone, us, and then everything that comes with us is also eventually going to fade away. And it's I guess a bit of an appeal to some sort of. It's like what you said. They're gonna come in diseased, and they're going to come with this attitude of what's in it for me. And that is what that would speak to. It's like, what's going to be in it for you is that you're going to be at the very minimum left alone, you know? So I don't know, like, is that something that is worth adding into our message? Or is it a bad idea because we might appeal to someone's, well, less than, well, let's say, just straight up unhealthy side? And maybe one more point to that is, what do we do when someone with, you know, so much influence, so much social power, whatever, comes in here and starts telling us the business? Let's say some guy who is used to being listened to, and then he or she appears here, like, or some good guy, but his wife is some crank who likes to control others. Now, I don't know. I mean, that's not a judgment to all of them. I'm just saying, like, if something like that happens, it's like we're all like people of I guess modest, like we all get by, let's say that. But to really, like, have to deal with some, I don't know, some sort of titan of that nature, like, are there certain, I guess, dangers that we need to be aware of in that? Or how, like, do we already have like means to, or am I maybe just overthinking it? That's also possible. um do you all see more or less what I'm getting at? Is that they come in with all that power and they want to assert it over us, and that might throw us, it might cause a sort of very unpleasant ripple effect, or it might, uh, yeah, it might be trouble. Let's just say like that. Um, yeah, that's. I guess that's the general questions, if you will, that I have in that regard. Like, is it is it worthwhile to appeal to their somewhat more, well, for lack of another word, let's say self-serving side? And what do we do if they want to like swing around their scepter in our faces? Yeah, I guess I get, or maybe these are unfound concerns. If so, all the better, I suppose. But anyone that has any thoughts on that, I would be appreciated. Doesn't need to be right now. Might be a lot to think about, but at some point, it would be nice.
I'll say good afternoon to Stumbling. Stop Antivitamin. Slots is here. Constant is here. Rhino's here. I'm going to go over to Hans, and Hans, I need to disappear for about 10 minutes, and I'll be back.
Okay. So one of the anti-white meme pathogens that's very prevalent in the corporate environment is this idea of maximizing shareholder value. So, and this is used as this is very convenient for white people when they want to rationalize victimizing white workers. But you very soon realize that it's just a pretext, because it never applies to anti-white policies that harm the shareholder value. And of these, there are many examples. Any form of white erasure in your hiring, in your incentive schemes, your KPIs, those harm the company, the shareholder value. And then this principle never applies. We had an example quite a few years ago where Standard Bank diluted their shares by a significant percentage and then just gave that extra shares that they dumped on the heap, they just gave that to every non-white citizen. So immediately they diluted all of their shareholders. They diluted the value of the shareholders, the shares that they held, because the supply of shares now increased. And then but they framed it that these non-whites will now become owners, part owners of the company, and they will be invested in the future of Standard Bank. So it will actually be an advantage to the shareholders. And they put a restriction on the non-whites must hold on to the shares for I think it was a year. And then, of course, when that time expired, all of the non-whites just dumped their shares, and then the shareholder value took another dive. So this is just one more example where these ideas, these ideas that tap into our selfish individualism, they are used to get us to agree to our own victimization, but they are never universally applied. There are numerous cutouts for non-whites, and eventually what ends up happening is this is a one-directional victimization of white people, and this just makes it easier for a white director to make those decisions. They would even rationalize white erasure by saying to themselves, look, we have to do this because otherwise we're going to not get this tender. The anti-white regime is not going to award us this tender if we don't show that we comply with the anti-white morality by white erasing our staff. And then eventually they don't get the tender. And then they never go back and reevaluate that position, because the reevaluation is only done to attack current practices that are that are good for white people. Whenever they introduce these anti-white measures, and the things go wrong, it's never reevaluated, because anti-whiteism goes one direction, and that's higher and higher and higher. The level just goes up. Julia.
Yeah, so I know some billionaires and almost billionaires. And in my experience, uh yeah, it's just the higher you go in terms of wealth, if you're in business at all, you're totally swayed by the social morality. So while I don't think that we need to really worry about white positive people coming into this community of wealth taking over or anything like that, um I just I think the way to get to those types of people is to do what we are already doing, um, because that will make them. We want to make it be in their self interest to be pro white, and we can do that. We are doing that. So I think that really is the way.
I think about Jaguar, which is such a well-known brand, and with one decision, I think they did irreparable damage to their brand. Um, so, and I wonder, other, business owners of these big companies, they must, that must trigger um, defensive, mechanisms or defensive thinking, when something like that happens to Jaguar, because I don't think anyone is confused about where Jaguar's going. I don't think there's a a redemption arc for for that company. Utterly destroyed by one of these. I don't know who. I mean, I'm sure we can find out who was responsible, but what really is responsible is the social morality, which is anti-Whiteism. Um, so those people who had, I mean, if I put myself in their shoes, probably there was a team of these people, and what happened was over. So Jaguar hired this new. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just saying, and this is probably what happened. I didn't do the work to go into, but what typically happens is they hire this agency to go and design the new brand strategy. Now these people come and they are, of course, inside the anti-white narrative, and they look around them. What are other companies doing, and what do they see? Everyone is trying to be more anti-white than the rest. So then they think by themselves, let's leapfrog this whole business. We go further than anyone else. And then you land in a situation like Jaguar, where um, no one had any. Oh, there were people who had good things to say, but the good things they were saying was things like, there's no such thing as bad publicity. This is just a way of saying this was a car crash, but at least people are looking. So I'm I don't know how many such lessons there has to be for these people on the boards of directors to for those connections to light up, and to realize that listen, I can be anti-white, but let's not destroy the company, because it seems like these lessons are not being learned. It seems like um, the pressure builds like a dam, and then at some point they fall for it. Julia.
So I suspect it has a lot to do with this whole uh, UNWEF driven ESG guidelines, and how they have gotten governments to agree to those, and thus government contracts are then dependent on them following those guidelines. And so I think as long as those that infrastructure is in place, that co- companies will continue to do what they need to get those kinds of contracts and grants. Uh, but I don't know how much Trump could do about that. I don't know how much Congress could do about that, but those things theoretically can be changed, as far as I know. There just has to be the will to do it, and we have to inform people in power that it needs to be done.
Well, at least look, we know that DEI is just getting rebranded, since no one is, or since the Trump administration is not identifying it as anti-white. And so now things like inclusive growth, I don't know what they are going to end up calling it, but Europe, I see, is still calling it DEI, because of course, there's no rebranding necessary, because there is no pressure to change. Yes, so I was hoping Trump was getting up to make big moves. It seems like what's going to happen is there's going to be 2 death penalties, and not much else. I mean, a, isn't it a disappointment to see this release from the White House that talks about this is how we are going to invite new people, and they are fast tracking Indians now. This is such so no, I mean, what a disappointment, um, especially after what happened um, the last few weeks. And now this is like a nail in the coffin. Fast tracking Indians and Chinese to come and take our people's jobs. So yes, I think, and there's another thing that hasn't been resolved, and this is, where's TPUSA going? Is this now going to become a Ben Shapiro enterprise? Because they have, I mean, TPUSA, they had a huge influx of members in the last few days, and someone is going to take control of that. And I wonder, if it's Ben Shapiro, it's probably going to change direction, because Charlie Kirk was definitely on a white positive path, and now that's probably going to change. Let's look at what the tree godfather put in the jumbotron. Okay. Okay, so on the far left, not the far left. second from far left, there's a post from Dr. Ricardo Duchesne. White's invented children's literature. All the titles listed below are White in origination. As I explain in my new book, Greatness and Ruin, this invention came along with the discovery of childhood as a unique psychological phase in the maturation of humans. Okay, these are tales like Robin Hood, the Blue Fairy Book, Aesop's Illustrated Fables, Sherlock Holmes, King Arthur, Swiss Family Robinson. I don't see Hans Christian Andersen there, but that would be in my list. Yes, Biospirit.
Yeah, I was just looking at those titles too, and I was thinking of how much the anti-whites have gone after this particular literature to white erase it, to even go to the point of rewriting it, and then also eliminating certain books, like for instance, Tom Sawyer. They've pretty much and Huckleberry Finn have just been eliminated from libraries, schools, because it's considered heretical to the anti-white narrative. And all of these books, as Duchesne is pointing out, were created by our people for our people's children. And no other race has any business being represented in the characters or the morality of these stories. They're our stories. They're for us, and it is deeply, deeply offensive to me when I see these various media outlets putting non-white characters in, and as I said before, especially just completely rewriting the morality of the story, and just destroying the messaging that was meant to come through.
Yes, Biospirit. This is something that I think people miss when they say to the anti-whites, create your own stories, because that would not serve the that would not serve anti-whiteism, because they are not concerned with creating stories that represent non-whites. They want to destroy the stories that represent white children. So the purpose is not at all to what they say, and that is non-white children wants to see themselves in these stories. That's not it. We had a case not too long ago where The Little Mermaid came out, this animation film, wide erased, and the pretext was that non-white children want to feel represented. And then someone went and he made a short clip to demonstrate that with AI, we can make a mermaid, a little mermaid, with a red-haired white girl. Because now we can have our cake and eat it, because now every race can be represented. And the anti-whites went ballistic. They freaked out. They fell on the floor, broke everything down, and that account was suspended. The account that demonstrated how you can not easily, but with a few NVIDIA video cards, you can do the whole movie in a day or two. So this proved that their pretext is just a pretext. They're not concerned about representing or giving non-whites heroes that look like them. They want to deny white girls a hero that looks like them. This is what it is. And this is why they don't want to create their own stories. They will create their own stories. And how is that going to help us? It's not going to help us, because they're going to destroy ours and create new ones for them. And then we will have nothing. Power spirit.
Yeah, I totally agree. There is no upside in any of this that's being done to these stories. And I know that people say that all the time. Why don't they write their own stories, for their own people, their own children and stuff. But as you say, it's not about that. It's about destroying our heritage. And at some point, they're going to say, "Look, you never had any of this. This was never yours. This was these people's. This was those people's." And they will so completely rewrite history that it will make your head spin. They have no. There's no there's no nice person behind this that's trying to do good. They're very evil, anti-white people.
I agree. Let me see. I'm going to speed through the Jumbotron. I see there's next up is a post from Tommy Robinson about President Trump telling Starmer he must stop the migrant invasion by any means, even if by ushering in the military, because it destroys countries from within. This is interesting. So obviously, Trump, I mean, this is good that he says this, because at least the conversation will be about stopping and calling it an invasion is a negative term. We would like it to be called an anti-white invasion. We would like it to be called white erasure. But I mean, this is better than nothing. But the question becomes immediately: so what about America? Is it only a problem in the UK? Because it seems like he's not at all concerned. In fact, he's helping it along. So, biospirit.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing with Trump. He's fine with white erasure as long as it's done in quotes legally. And how can we have this kind of thing going on? It's going to, whether you have the people coming in legally or they're coming in boats or wandering across the borders, it doesn't matter. They're going to. I'm sorry, someone is at the door. I'm going to have to go. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as I understand, recently there's that White House release of the new welcome letter that was not, if Trump was planning to make big moves in terms of deportation, that's not the thing that that he would have done. That's not what people want to see. That's not what people voted for. And now that he's fast tracking some of these, what he sees as productive, new productive citizens, this is more white erasure. In fact, this is worse. Getting Indians in who can actually do some work is worse than Somalis who will just go straight to welfare, because these Indians are going to take jobs from white families. They're going to put white families out of houses, while the Somalis is just going to be a collective drain, which eventually will sink the ship. But it's not going to have the same destructive, harmful effects on our people. Tree, I see you are back.
Yeah, I'm just getting beat up by a 9-year-old. It's all good. Thank you very much, Hans. Very well said. And Biospirit was on the right track too. You know, legal white erasure is still white erasure, and Trump will stand there and make really strong comments about the illegal white erasure that's happening. But then on the flip side, he's writing these love letters to quote unquote new Americans, and then he's fast tracking a lot of these applications from non-whites that are going to come here. And of course, it's white erasure. It's going to harm Western kind, as you mentioned. It's going to take jobs. It's a really mixed bag of signals that we get from him. But that's why, again, we recognize that he is definitely not white positive. As much as we've gotten him to use the term anti-white, he's not our guy. Mr. Hans, anything further?
I think the people, there's not a lot of energy anymore that I see. I think people are starting to realize that this is going nowhere. This the deportations trickled down to small amounts. There's no more energy in this whole the greatest deportation operation in history. It's as if people are punch drunk. It's like, what's happening? We didn't vote for this, and he's just carrying on. It's a bit strange. Trump was always he was always someone who I thought was connected with the people, but maybe it's also somewhat of a consequence that he's not on X. He's not there's a degree of separation, because who's his audience? On the platform where he is now, it's the loyal. It's the loyal people, the most loyal. So they're not going to counter or to push back.
Yeah, he's completely ignoring the gigantic mandate that was given to him by a Spirit of the West.
Yeah, I think another thing that goes on with Trump is one of his big things is the God economy. So he's looking at trying to make the economy go up, 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 and have this forever exponential growth, which is very difficult to do at this particular point in our history, where the population is dwindling, is getting smaller. So we have the baby boom generation, which is I think they said I want to say it's 5,000 people a day are retiring. Maybe it's even more than that. And so you have people who are exiting the workforce at record speed, and there isn't we don't have those people coming up, the same amount of people to fill those spots and keep the economy going at the same level that it's been going at all of these years with this big baby boom generation. The thing that I think that they're not taking into account is that if we have fewer people, we don't need as big of an economy. But there, I mean, to us, if you would put our people first, then that is the most important thing. But people who are putting economy first, who are putting GDP and all of these numbers ahead of our people, they're going to try to inflate and fill all of these retiree spots with people that they're going to drag in from all over the world and stuff into those positions, which is as we know is going to destroy our Western countries, because we will become non-Western. We will become unwesternized and white erased. So they feel like, I'm sure they feel like they're between a rock and a hard place if they are considering those two things. But I see someone like Trump as just so focused on trying to keep that infinity 20% increase stuff, and it's just madness to me. We should do what Japan did and just let things get smaller and not worry about it so much. But that's not what they're doing.
Yeah, I got to agree. Infinity GDP, red line go up politics is not going to matter in the end if we are completely white erased and turned into some third world shithole. I would rather live in a tent in the woods with a nice homogenous population of white people than see that happen. Julia.
Yeah, so I don't know why people think that Trump was going to ever be our guy or do anything substantial for us given his first term. I, I know there was excuses of, well, he didn't know how it worked, and he didn't have the people in place and all that. But I mean, it doesn't seem like he's doing any better this time around, like that his priorities are more towards white people. If he were going to, like, the fact that he isn't talking about the birth rate problems, which uh every white country should be shouting from the rooftops. Um The only countries that are talking about it really are like Hungary and Poland, i.e., the only countries that aren't vehemently anti-white. Uh, Maybe Russia a little bit. I don't know too much about that. So that to me speaks to the fact that he just doesn't care about the demographics, the racial demographics of the U.S. Um, or that if he does care, he is not allowed to interfere with the plan due to of his anti-white handlers. So it's been the same in Europe with every like Georgia Maloney when she was campaigning, her platform was very optimistic for white people, and then she became prime minister or whatever she is, and and it's not been great. Like she talks a big talk, but she doesn't actually do much for white people. And she's not done or allowed a lot of anti-white stuff to continue happening or progress further. Um, and it's the same with Germany. It's like they say they're gonna decrease immigration, and then once the voting is over, they go back on it. So I just I don't trust any of these people. I don't see why we should expect anything from them until we can make it excruciatingly painful. Like we have to make it obvious to them that victimizing our people is a great evil and cannot be allowed to continue. Until that is made clear, I don't see real progress happening.
The conversations about white population collapse irritate me the most because the obvious answer is just get the fucking anti-white boot off our neck, and the problem will solve itself. All of our Western norms that are the creation of our biosphere, all the things that helped build our population are being suppressed, while at the same time we are white taxed to living hell, feeding other people. We are allowing and subsidizing other people to breed off our prosperity. No better example exists than Africa itself, where for the past 40 years it's been feed the starving Africans. And what we've gotten in return is an explosion in the population in Africa that now has to spill into our homelands rather than having not them. And this population explosion reverse. If we'd have fed our own people, taken care of our own people, subsidized the ability of our own people to have families, our young men to have jobs and get wives who turn into girlfriends and mothers who can create the only people that create Western civilization. The problem would solve itself. But we're going to have offense. We're not getting the jobs because of anti-whiteism and anti-white hiring policies. We're stuck in a situation where men and women are both, if they can get a family going, are both having to work. Therefore, they're not having 6, 7, 8, 9 children anymore. They're lucky if they can afford 1 or 2. While they're being taxed, subsidized the entire rest of the goddamn planet. Mr. Hans. Go ahead, Hans.
All right. So I want to try and answer about Trump and why we thought he would make big moves. Now, first of all, he was assassinated. So that usually is, it changes you. But before the assassination, he was persecuted. which generated a lot of anger. Um, so we have anger, and then we have a strong mandate, because that bullet, he was basically assassinated, but for the grace of God. So he had the anger, he had the mandate, he had all the energy to do whatever he wanted. And here's the other thing: Trump knows that every welfare queen is a super massive anchor on the economy. And if you could cut those cables, then the economy will soar, and all those welfare dollars will be freed in the economy to do other things with. So what stopped him? Well, I think what stopped him was he needs a moral way to do it. He cannot say, I'm going to deport 20 million people and make a lot of money. So that's why he focused on crime, and he focused on serious crime. And even with the serious crime, he had an uphill battle. And I think he did the numbers, and he figured out very quickly that the serious criminals are a very small percentage of the potential deportations. And this is what happens when you don't have the correct morality, because if his position was that, look, all this white erasure harms the well-being of white people, and his support base, that's his support base. He's speaking to his support base. So he would lose none of the energy, and he would be in a moral position to do those deportations. Now no longer does he have to run around trying to find some trendy Iragua, whatever unpronounceable gang member names to motivate deporting single digits of people. He could just mass deport. Look, this is white well-being. That caravan that's traveling in the opposite direction, they traveling for the well-being of white babies, and then everything would go. But he doesn't. That message, he doesn't know about that message even. And now he tries to make do. And now what he realized, I think, is, look, I'm not going to be able to cut the cable on this super massive anchor that's on the American people, which is these non-whites living on welfare. I'm going to do limited amounts of criminal deportations. So what's the next best thing? Well, let's import some millions of productive people, and that will at least generate new activity in the economy. Of course, catastrophic for white America. He's not going to be around to see that anyway. So I think it's all because, yes, he is motivated by economy. He wants to do big things. He wants to be remembered, but he doesn't have the morality to do what he really wants, which is to cut the cable on that anchor. And if he if we can get to him, because there's a positive thing. It's not a positive thing, but the fact that he wants to fix the economy, and he knows how to do it, but he doesn't have a moral way to do it. We can supply the moral way, and then our interests will align. So it is an opportunity to get that message through, that, listen, your support base is white. All the energy is the people voted for deportations, and here's a moral way to do that. And I think then we have a Trump that can do it. And he just got a second mandate. These murders especially the one of Irina, that's an absolute mandate to clean house, to everyone who squeaked and their whole families can be deported. There's a lot of energy now. He can make big moves. And he had this is like a second chance. Who gets second chances these days? He blew his first chance with that assassination attempt failing and all the energy generated by that. Now he gets a second chance. So I mean, things may still happen. Let's not abandon all hope, and keep up the energy whenever we speak to these mega people.
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Gladiator. Good to see you. We are definitely going to keep up our energy for sure to change the social morality. You, if you 1,000 opinions, let's say, it doesn't to 50,000. What happens? We know they fake credentials horribly. We've so 50 of these kids say import and being a billion. It's like just across his mind. He we absolutely to get through to him, and right, he's got a mandate and he's got a second chance, and he put the two together because it's going to be good for him if he can't get his head out of his ass. Pardon my French. I got this thing the Jumbotron was a video from a account called Bobby. Charming and tranquil in English village in the 1950s. And I urge you to take a peek at that. And it's a beautiful clip. It's only about a minute and a half. That's really, when I think of England, this is England. I many trips in my younger years, and I certainly would love to see that again. Mr. Hans.
The other thing that I think, the big thing that Trump doesn't grasp, he thinks he can write that nice letter that transforms an Indian into a white person and then forget about everything else. But that's not how it works. People are different. It's not the similarities that makes us the same, it's the differences that makes us different. And what is it about white people that create Western civilization? That's a question you should ask, because it's not something that's necessarily easy to measure, but it definitely exists. And anyone who worked with Indians can tell you it's very different to working with white people. Very, very different. And the type of companies, culture, and the type of organization that comes out of even bringing in a small amount of Indians is dramatic. It is just the fact that no one takes responsibility. You don't never get the clear answer. You'd never get anyone to commit to anything. You get excuses. You get deflection. This is total chaos, and only someone who hasn't worked with large amounts of these people will understand that. We look at their companies and say, okay, so this big company is owned by them, and this, but you don't you're not inside that business, and so you have no idea what's going on there. And yeah, so this is total destruction of Western civilization. These people are going to come in. They're going to, like you say, they're going to bring their people in. They have no shame about that. They have absolutely no shame about that. I mean, we had that video, that IBM video, that CEO of IBM, where he says, hey, we don't have to worry about Indians. So the implication is they are way overrepresented already. And it's only white males that are targeted. And then the white woman laughs along. It's a big joke. Yes, we're going to axe a lot of white males now. Yeah, so Trump thinks that little thing that someone wrote for him, some staffer, a loyal staffer wrote for him. He thinks that's this magic document that white-eyed Indians are going to like. What is that? Cross-eyed Cash, his nephews, cross-eyed Cash nephews, is going to look at that thing and their eyes are going to align, and suddenly they're going to transform into American citizens.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they also have a healthy sense of nepotism that we seem to lack. Mr. Biospirit.
Yeah, when Hans was talking there, I was remembering when I was up in British Columbia last year on my road trip, and we went to Victoria, which I hadn't been to in like 30 years. And one of my favorite cities on Victoria, on Vancouver Island. And it's so quaint and so English and so Western. And here we were, we'd be walking down the beautiful streets, and there were crowds of Indians, and they don't have the manners that we have or expect people to have in the West. They were walking down the street completely oblivious to anyone else around them, and making people move out of their way. There just isn't any respect or balance for the other people who are on the street. And when we went to Butchert Gardens, which is just a beautiful place to go to up there, big, huge arboretum. And it was very crowded, and they have all these trails through the beautifully landscaped areas. And it's contingent on people being polite to the other people who are around them, and not hogging space, and not blocking the walkways, and being polite and moving along at the way that we expect people to move along. And the Indians weren't doing that. They were stopping and talking so loud, and wanting to take pictures of themselves at these places, and not letting people walk through. And I was like, God, these people are so damn rude. And then at the hotel that we stayed at, the beautiful Empress Hotel down at the waterfront there in Victoria, and all of the management positions are now Indians, and you see the Canadians are working under these people. You can tell they're not very happy about it, and I was just like, okay, why am I going for this experience at this hotel that I've always wanted to stay at, and the person who is doing the seating is this very dour, unpleasant Indian woman who doesn't care about my experience and I don't know why she's there other than she's been placed in that position. And then we're seated, and then there's another non-white who is waiting on us. And that's not the experience that I went for. I went because I remembered Canada as being full of Canadians, of being full of Western kind. And when you go somewhere and it's completely white erased, it makes it really, really miserable. And so I was just thinking about that when Hans was talking about dealing with them. And I don't know. I think that's all I was going to talk about, was just sharing my experience of that.
Well, Biospirit, yeah, when I get a chance sometime, I'll tell you about my recent experience up in Portland. Mr. Hans.
I followed the blog of a Microsoft person. He's no longer at Microsoft, but he related his experience when he traveled to the Microsoft offices, because he had to manage an office in the UK and then an office in India, in Mumbai. And it was interesting because he says that in the UK, it's very hard to motivate the workers in the UK because they feel guilty. You can't motivate them with money, because as soon as they make more money than they need, they feel guilty and they have to give it away. So he says in the UK office, you couldn't motivate them to work harder with money. Because why work harder if you earn extra, then you feel obligated to give it away. And then when he went to Mumbai, he was very surprised because he's used to people personalizing their desktop, their workspace. And in India, the office looked like, you know, like a clinical, clean, nothing on the desks. And then he learned that anything that's not nailed down disappears. So no one does the effort to do any personalized things, because it if you don't nail it down to your desk, it's gone.
At all. Biospirit, to add, that's Portland, Maine, not Oregon. I've been to Mumbai twice. There's a company, they're actually the supplier company they work for is there. We were told explicitly to, whatever we needed or wanted, we better ship ahead of time because you don't want to eat the food or drink the water that's there. So that's exactly what we did. And it was such an interesting experience. It was like being on a whole other planet. First thing you notice is there's not a vehicle not in it with us with the metal sheet metal's not all bang the hell, because they have absolutely no bringing other vehicles driving, and the attitudes of people is so worldly different from our Western biospirit. Most people couldn't even imagine how different these people are. Hey, Larry there. Come on in.
Y'all, as I came in my house, opened my door, I turned this on. Before that, I'm talking to a woman that is totally denying that this is a hate crime. Everywhere around the board, she denies it. Was that Hans speaking or Biospirit? Whichever one of y'all was speaking when I came in, y'all were pinpointing, describing the same exact incident I was just going through. Like, I have not wound down yet. But anyway, that's it.
Well, that was Biospirit talking about his experience on a recent trip. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Alrighty, Hans. Good to hear you. Mr. Hans, anything further?
Yeah, no, nothing further. I think I mean, nothing is going to move Trump except for what we're doing. I believe that he is inside the anti-white morality, and he has his motivations. He wants to be a great man. He wants to, like Biospirit says, he's motivated by the economy. And we are aligned. We can give him the morality that he needs to boost the economy. So we just need to get the message to him, and that is that deporting the people is about the well-being of his own people, of America, and not only white America, all Americans. So, and that's a moral position, and that will align with his goal of fixing the economy. Think about it. Your if you had the choice to double your salary, or let's say you can either increase your salary or reduce your costs, it's usually cheaper or more beneficial to reduce your costs because you're paying your cost with expensive money. When you get more money, it's usually there's all sorts of overheads and taxes and things. So you never get what you what the increase is. Well, cost is just a benefit. So Trump will understand that very well. The fact that these leeches who are just draining money, that's like a patient with open veins. It's just bleeding out the whole time, and pulling out all those needles and dumping them in the trash. That's the moral thing to do to heal the body. So we can be aligned. We just need to get to him.
Mr. Biospirit.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention was that the little clip that you put in at the end there of that village in England in the 50s. And it reminded me of when my family and I went to visit England in 1979. And when we were on little outings out into the countryside, it was very much like that. I remember the tour bus we were on had to stop because there were sheep being herded down the middle of the road, and stopping to eat at little pubs. And I have pictures of my grandmother in front of the thatched roofed cottages, and it was so picturesque and so beautiful, so of the biospirit of our people. And when I hear and see through the social media and from people like CKO and in the UK and others of what the level of white erasure is in that once pristine country. It really breaks my heart because no people deserves to have that happen to them, and we deserve white well-being as a people. So I just wanted to mention that, and thank you for sharing that clip.
Thank you for watching it. You know, I'm American in ethnicity. That's I consider myself an ethnic American, but I am of English descent. And I still very much have fond feelings of my ancestral homeland. Miss Dallas, come on in.
Thanks. Yeah, when Biospirit mentioned Bouchard Gardens, that is very sad to hear that. I'm not at all surprised, but I actually used to, when I was a little kid, we lived in Washington, and I remember we would go to Canada, and I remember going there, and I loved everything about it. I loved Victoria. I loved all just the Englishness of it, which is in my blood, and all of it speaks to my bio spirit, you know, and the Bouchard Gardens, and oh my gosh. So that's just like, oh, fight depression hearing things like this, but not at all surprised. But yeah, and then just thinking about, someone said earlier, I think it might have been Blue Flame who was saying, and I'm sorry if I'm incorrect about that, but just someone was saying, you know, why are we susceptible to the anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare? And I wonder, and I mean, on the one hand, and I'm just thinking out loud, but it's like, it kind of makes me laugh that it's, I think I can attribute this to Biospirit, and I might be wrong, but that, I mean, our Biospirit, that we are introspective to even say, well, why am I like that? Why do, you know what? It's like, it's not our fault is my thinking. But at the same time, I feel like we have that susceptibility to, you know, I don't know if it's a suicidal thread in there, or is it Stockholm syndrome? I don't know, but it's just something that crossed my mind. It's like, I can't imagine another group of people having a discussion like that. Anyway, so, but yeah, that just bothered me about hearing about that. I think Bouchard Gardens is where I first saw, because a little marmoset, they had animals there, and there's these tiny little animals called marmosets. You may be familiar with them. And I love animals, and just anyway, so many special memories there, like the food they had and all these little things and shops in Victoria. And anyway, but yeah, stuff like this, though, I just have to get into action, because it starts to become, the things that we're talking about are very depressing to me. It's very it seems doomed. I don't believe it is, but it's a temptation. And the last thing I was just going to add is, I loved a great point by Hans before about that Trump, if he would take, if he knew of that moral position about how white erasure is harming us, as simple as it sounds, it makes complete sense, though, because most people don't make that connection. They don't connect the dots like that. For anyone who prays, please pray that. I do. Just putting that out there. Just a reminder for those who do, because things happen, and I pray for him all the time, for our people to, you know, keep reaching him, swashing, for those words to come out of his mouth again. They did before. Things happen in the spiritual realm, in the energetic realm, however you want to, you know, use the terminology. But it's like, I know it's completely possible, and someone like him, if he starts using it, I mean, it could be absolutely dynamic. So I am hopeful and optimistic, weirdly, but anyway, just putting that out there. All right.
Dallas. I'm going to read in a comment left by Robert, who's been here. He says, "Thank everyone working so hard on well-being, and so grateful to get part. Listening to white positivity and getting to be a part of the defense of our people and civilization for our children is such an honor." And I think that that's very high praise, Robert. And I thank you very much for it. And I really mean that. Mr. Hans.
I think if when Trump said that there's a definite anti-white feeling in the country and it cannot be allowed, that must have felt heretical when he said it. And I think he was probably surprised that there wasn't a bigger backlash, because there wasn't any serious discussion of that. And this is what anti-whites do. They would rather not engage in a conversation that centers the well-being of white people. So I think this is another thing that Trump needs to know. If he says something like this, this white erasure is harming the well-being of white Americans, I don't think I mean, anti-whites will have to engage with that, but I don't think they will be in any way equipped to take that on. Because the moment they engage in that conversation, then Trump can go, let me count the ways. And anti-whites don't want to drill into all the different ways we are victimized. So not only do I think it's a moral position, I think it's going to be a position that's unassailable, but I don't think Trump knows that. But I do wonder sometimes if he doesn't wonder why there wasn't a backlash against his statement that was that must have felt heretical to him, because he's always talking about what he can do for any other race but white people. So I sometimes wonder, didn't he realize how powerful that was? And that, or maybe he didn't even, maybe it wasn't on his radar and he just went by. But I sometimes wonder, didn't he see that? Because the expectation would be that, I mean, what's going to be more infuriating to anti-whites, but calling out the victimization of white people? That surely must inflame them. But they didn't show up. They didn't show up with pitchforks. They didn't show up to burn down the place. And why not? It's because they have no defense.
Well, I think you want to call attention to that itself would amplify it. I think we're gonna reach that point where we're gonna send around the final thoughts. Let me. Nameless wants to come up and speak. We'll get a mic for him on the last go round. I will start with New Hampshire Patriot. I'd love to hear your final thoughts, brother. Okay, drawing a blank there. Nameless one.
Hello. I wanted to address what Hans said. Trump seemed to receive not near the media attention he once had for saying anti-white, but I remember in 2019, I can't even remember what he was calling anti-white, but I think he said it's anti-American, it's anti-white. Well, there were clips of him all about the internet saying that, like the media was really freaking out when that happened. And that could contribute to him not knowing the effectivity of saying something like white erasure is harming us. But, I I had learned to expect too much from him, like for that, and the saying of anti-white in 2024, and you know, the bringing over of 59 white South Africans, and calling out their tyrannical anti-white system, like the showing of the mass graves, calling him out. It was I don't know, the time he got shot, I had too much hope for him. And because it's like there's little white well-being breadcrumbs about what he does, like, and I try to piece it together to where I can believe things will change, but like what y'all had addressed that earlier, and I just X kept glitching on me or something. What could have given people false hope for Trump? What I addressed had. I guess that's about it. Oh, and thank you all. I really appreciate these spaces and trying to catch up on them too.
I like the way you worded that. White will being breadcrumbs. Yeah, it's kind of like following a trail to see where the heck he's going with it all. That was well put. Miss Ellis, final thought.
I don't have too much. I did like that term too, nameless one. That was a good one. And maybe, you know what? Maybe those breadcrumbs will turn out to be flecks of gold, and that's what I'm going to think about and pray on that. And I'm just going to stay focused on white well-being, and I'm not going to get discouraged, no matter what. And that's that. God bless you all.
Bless you too, dear. Mr. Blue Flame, a final thought from you, sir.
Yeah, it's regardless of the disappointment from the political side and the shattered expectations once again. I mean, it's not the first time by any means. What Jason brought up seemed very interesting, and the outreach that we do, I think there are many more areas to explore and how we can achieve that. That might well be worth looking into. And as Bio Spirit mentioned, he has compiled a list, so I guess he has some thoughts on his own to bring up. We'll see. Yeah, I'm very curious about that. And other than that, it's been a good one. Also with David mentioning that topic in regards to selfishness or selflessness, it is really important that that gets addressed once in a while, not only for our immediate understanding, but it addresses also how in society in general has a lot of concepts upside down in many ways, and that in and of itself is also something that can be very alarming. But it helps to know these things and to be able to bring some clarity to people who will eventually have questions. So that was also pretty excellent. And other than that, don't think I have much else to add. So it's been nice to hear everyone share their thoughts. And other than that, I bid you all a good day, a good evening, and yeah, make it a good one. All right. Talk to you all later. Bye bye.
And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Mr. Miles for the West.
Yeah, I would like to invite anyone who would like to join us over on the Don Jr. Rumble stream that I believe should have just started. His show is called Triggered over on Rumble, and we swash there every Monday and Thursday and share the lexicon. Come join us, and we will see you over there.
Outstanding, brother. New Hampshire Patriot, last call. He's still there. I hear nothing. Mr. Hans, brother, you're final.
So the last few days, terrible things happened, but there was a shift in Western civilization, in the way white people perceive the world. So no matter whether Trump can read the room or not, the room is warmer now. And this is, I mean, this was terrible that happened, but this kind of thing is happening all the time. Now we got to see it. So now those people who lost their lives, their lives will mean something and not be an invisible statistic. So yes, what Trump is doing is demoralizing, but don't forget, the fact that he cannot see what's happening in our people doesn't mean it's not happening. Things are happening and things are changing, and there's a lot of hope in the way that our people reacted.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely a dynamic shift out there. We just need to ramp up the pressure now and keep it all going and not let the momentum go to waste. Without going any further, this has been the Thursday edition of the Shade Tree, Wellbeing, and WG Space. We meet here daily at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We practice the Go Free lexicon and concepts as developed by Jason Kuna, Mr. No White Guilt. You can find him here on X at White Guilt and WG. Elsewhere, Simple White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. Thank each and every one of the speakers, all of you showing up to listen. Thank you for being such an excellent co-host. You all just by bringing your diverse experience, skill sets, and intelligence here for all of us to share. Without all of your participation, whether as speakers or listeners, it would just be me, a handsome old man rambling into space. Sometimes interesting and sometimes glorious. Thanks again. I truly appreciate y'all. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening. I love you all, and I hope to see you all tomorrow under the shade tree. We continue to go free. Bye-bye.
Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.